Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Welcome to the Thursday stream. I hope you all are doing well. For anybody who doesn't know who I am, hiya, I am Estani. I am a variety streamer and art streamer. And today we're going to be playing some more Shadowrun Hong Kong, which means I am going to be doing all the voices because it's a lot of reading and I'm going to have to drink a lot of water. But how y'all doing? Hello to Gummy Bread and Durky Dirk and Critwitch. Have a good lurk. Also, apologies for the short stream yesterday. If you missed me mentioning it in chat, I lost internet connection. So, yeah. VA Stady. The voices are fun to do. I hope I remember all of them. I think I remember the voices for our main crew, but everybody else is kind of up in the air, so they might have different voices. Anyway, let's, I think I just want to get into the game, so let's get into the game. Also, I'm kind of tired again today, even though I went to bed early last night, because my body was like, oh, you're going to bed early? That means you want to wake up early. Hooray. Internet, be internet, yo. True. Even so. Seems being real slow. Here we go. Whoops, Auntie Chang is British now. I don't think that'll happen. I remember her voice too. I remember she was described as being very nasal. So she's almost the same as Duncan, except she doesn't have the Boston accent. Hey, Divine. Super exhausted, go to bed, wake up early, still tired. Yep. That's what happened to me today. I went to bed super early. And then it was like 8 something in the morning when I woke up, and I'm like, no, I'm still tired. I don't want to be awake yet. But my body's like, well, tough shit. Hey, Kai, welcome. Hello. All right, let's get into the game. Oh, what did I do? I hit shift tab or shift minus and then something happened. I think it may have closed me out of the game. I was just trying to clear my throat without y'all having to hear it. How did the serial killer mission go? It took us a minute. Sankar, thanks for hosting. Hello and welcome. I clicked a wrong dialogue option and the guard didn't say we had enough evidence because we accidentally, basically we picked the dialogue option that advanced the advanced to the next set of dialogue options, so we weren't able to present more evidence. So I ended up reloading because I really didn't want to fight them. And we were able to get them arrested. Good news and bad news. Good news, we have a new party member. Bad news, he may be a serial killer. You know what, though? He seems okay to follow our lead. Did you eat his food like I requested? No, I did not. I was like, I'm not going to eat raw pork, and then I forgot because I remembered too late because I had already saved. I remembered too late. Wait, Kai told us to eat everything. We're supposed to eat his food. Shoot. So I didn't know. Yeah, pork, metahuman. Whatever. All right. I'm gonna reread this as kind of a recap for where we left off. Hioi. The MTR rockets noiselessly towards Hiyoi along the edge of Kowloon Bay. The black water glitters in the night with the light of 1,000 reflected storefronts. Gaichu stares sightlessly out the window, one hand pressed to the glass. The plot by the elders is exposed, and Porter Lamb is in your debt. You have a new ally in the respect of the Wampoans. Sometimes everything goes right on a job. You count yourself lucky this was one of those times. I'm glad you aren't a cannibal, but the NPC reaction is awesome. The thing is, it was laid out so nicely that I'm like, this is not for me, so I can't eat it. An absolute milk run with only minimal save scumming. All right, I think I had just finished talking with Isabel, and that's where we left off. So I need to talk with Gobbet, and then I need to go downstairs and talk with Mr. Russian Boy and our new ghoul friend. Minimal saves coming. I did say that. Hey, Gobbet. Gobbet looks up from a dented tin of oysters at the sound of your approach. Gobbet and the basement boys. There you go. Her rats, madness, and folly scurry from her hips up to her shoulders. Two sets of beady red eyes fix themselves on you. Hey, Queen Bee. Oyster? She spears a gray lump of seafood with a fingernail and extends it to you. It smells like low tide at a municipal pier. Yeah, why not? You pop the rubbery wad of flesh in your mouth and chew. An explosion of lukewarm brine is your reward. Ew. Good, right? Half repressed memories of dumpster diving and the Barons dance a merry jig in your brain as the mangled oyster slides down your throat. I've eaten worse. Exactly, right? It may not be fine dining, but it's seafood, and it isn't made of soy. That makes it good in my book. She tilts back the tin, drains the remaining juice, and then flicks it into the overflowing bin at her side. So, what can I do for you? Rubbery warm brine is a pretty good description of oysters, though. Let's start with any thoughts about that last run. I don't get the Wampoans. I really don't. Isabel is about as close as I usually get to their particular flavor of crazy. You'd think with all that technology and backup, they'd have been smart enough not to stiff a red samurai on payment, much less a ghoul. I don't know. For smart people, they seem pretty damn dumb to me. I think we pulled off a damn miracle back there. Not only did we get a creepy-ass close combat expert on our side, we exposed the elders and got ourselves a nice bonus for being smart. Not a lot of jobs go that right. I'm feeling better and better about having you in charge, Queen Bee. So, what else did you want to chat about? Well, you said you'd teach me how to be a better Shadowrunner, and I'm here to collect. Still remember that, do you? Huh. I just sort of assumed that you'd laugh that off. No dice, wizened mentor. You offered, now pay up. She straightens. Okay. How about this? I'll tell you a story about a run gone bad. You tell me what you'd have done in the runner's place, and then we'll compare notes to your answer. How does that sound? Works for me, I guess. She sweeps a tangled rope of hair out of her eyes and back over one pointed ear. This portrait would make a great estate, not sheriff. After a moment of silent contemplation, she bites her lip and nods. I will keep that in mind. I will try to anyway. Okay. So, this is a story from early in my career. I was part of a team here in HK, but I did some occasional moonlighting for another group based out of Macau. I was a busy kid. Who was on the team? Anyone I might know? Not unless you can talk to dead people. She pauses, raising an eyebrow. That was a spoiler, by the way. The run didn't end well. I mean, I figured you told me it was going to be a run gone bad, so... Anyway, the job was a hit on this tower. Sort of a trid multiplex / apartment complex. I'm sure you got them in Seattle, too. You know the kind. 7 huge screens, monster concession stand, coffin apartments on top, like barnacles on a whale. I lived in one for a while. Every time they showed an action movie, the walls would shake. She nods. Yeah, that'll happen. Our client wanted us to break into one of the apartments. The story was that an ex of hers, a guy named Boggs, lived there. She'd been cooped up with him until about a week prior, and then things went sour in a big way. She wanted us to get back some things that Boggs kept when he kicked her out. Scare the shit out of him, bloody him up a bit, make it look like a robbery, you know the drill. Sounds more like a job for thrill gangers than full-fledged Shadowrunners. Yeah, it was a pretty bush league gig, but the pay was decent enough. Not the sort of thing you turn down. Hey, Ice Bunny, welcome. So anyway, Sibilance, that was our group leader, had a plan. We knew that we'd have to go in quiet because the Metroplex had a panic system wired directly into the HKPF. If we got in shooting, we'd be drowning in cops within 10 minutes. Sib thought that we could maybe take advantage of the apartment's terrible soundproofing and kick in Boggs' door when the movie got loud. We camped near his doorway, wait for the ceiling to start raining plaster, then smash our way in with his neighbors none the wiser. This sounds kind of familiar. Yeah, it's pretty close to what John Wilkes Booth did when he assassinated Lincoln. Sib was an amateur historian, used to bore us to tears, but I guess that it could occasionally come in handy. So we waited in the hall, just like Sibilance planned. We had a guy in the elevator, another in the stairs, and I was waiting on the floor's communal kitchen. Sib took up position by the door. She had these cyber legs that she dumped a ton of Nuyen into. Hydraulic jacks, strength enhancements, the works. Girl could probably leg press a dump truck. Got all the tools? Good job? I don't remember. What did you need tools for? Good thing May isn't here. She pauses for a moment. Come to think of it, most of her plans involve kicking things. There's something a little sad about that. Focus, Gobbet. Right, the story, right? So, we heard a boom from downstairs, felt the walls shake with the reverb. Sib wheeled back and gave the door a massive kick, just as she planned. From where I was standing, I couldn't really see what happened next. I could hear a massive crack as her boots slammed into Duraplast. The door flew off its hinges, exploded off might be a more accurate phrase. A second later, we heard an ungodly crash. Fixing my bathroom. I also hope it's an easy fix. There was a moment of silence. Then Sib let out this little gasp. The apartment was in shambles. It looked like a hurricane had hit it. Everything was trashed. Everything but the door, which was miraculously still in one piece. Remember that this was a coffin apartment. It wasn't much wider than the door to begin with. And Boggs, well, what was left of him was under the door too. Oh no. Yeah, it wasn't good. Boggs was dead and the stuff we'd been sent to recover had been smashed to bits and then the building alarm went off. So that's the situation. Our payday is smashed. My temporary teammates are all standing around with stupid looks on their faces. The cops are coming. I'm standing by the kitchen. She plants her hands on her hips, smiling. What would you have done in my place? We have hard water, and the pipes sometimes get... Oh, the pipes are getting some bunny love this weekend. You got all the unclogging tools. Well, good. I hope that you're able to get it sorted out. When all you have is robot legs, every problem looks like a nail. You're about to kick in. You're not wrong. Let's see. Kicking down a door so hard it kills someone behind it is a relatable RPG experience. I mean, that's failing forward in a very particular way. So I feel like I don't like the first two. Like, on the one hand, rallying with your group is great, but Gobbet's not the leader. Cutting and running, I also don't like. I'm leaning towards damage control or improvisation. I feel like what Gobbet did was probably damage or was cutting and running, which is fair. I don't blame her for that. Let's see. Probably damage control. I feel like that's a very queen bee thing to do. Damage control. I'd have looked for blackmail material to protect myself from a soon-to-be angry client. She nods thoughtfully. Fair. That isn't what I did, but don't think that it didn't cross my mind. So what did you do? The first thing that popped into my head. That's a lesson to remember, Queen Bee. The first answer that you come up with is almost always the best one if you're gonna have it. So just roll with it. Don't second guess yourself. Don't hesitate. Just act. You'll live longer that way. Oh. She's decided to stay and help her team. Interesting. As for what I did that night, well, I was standing by a kitchen, remember? I could have cut and run. I looked like any other street kid. I'd have blended in, but instead, I decided to stay and help my team. When I think crowded theater, I think place where you can't shout fire because it'll cause a panic. And then I thought, cops don't charge into burning buildings. That'll help people get out. Oh, they help people get out of them. And as it happened, I had the means to create a real, genuine fire sitting right across from me. A pair of industrial ovens. You set the building on fire. I encouraged it to burn. I opened the gas vents wide and I set the range on a timer and motored back to the hallway. The others had started arguing amongst themselves. I told them to snap out of it and follow me down to the lobby. We had to clear the hallway before an errant spark took the whole floor out. Unfortunately, the rest of the group wouldn't listen. Sib and the rest of the team were too busy arguing about the relative merits of her let's kick things really hard and see what happens tactical system to want anything to do with me. I shouted back to them that the kitchen was going to explode and continued down the hallway. Encouraged it to burn. Thank goodness she didn't do anything illegal like yell fire when there isn't one. She just set the place on fire first. There you go. Problem solved. Just like I planned, I got out that run in one piece. So did every single one of the people in that multiplex. My fire plan worked beautifully. If the rest of the team had listened to me, they might have gotten out of the building too. Kind of a bummer that they didn't, but at least the run turned out well for me. How? Well, I couldn't collect any pay because the run had been a disaster, but after the explosion, I got to ride in the front of a fire truck and they gave me cookies and a blanket. I wound up dating one of those firemen a few weeks later. All things considered, it could have gone a lot worse. Gobbet. Gobbet claps her hands together and rubs them, a satisfied look on her face. So, Queen Bee. The laughter disappears from her voice. And her expression goes serious. It's like somebody flipped a switch. Suddenly, the look in her eyes is shrewd, calculating. Tell me, what was the moral of this story? What lesson was I trying to convey? Don't go on Shadowruns with idiots. Fire solves all problems. Oh, these are great. Go with your gut, I guess. She nods sagely. That's right. Trust your impulses and don't be afraid to wing it. Almost any action is better than no action at all. Once you've committed to doing something, though, you gotta follow it through, though. No arguing or hand-wringing, just do it. The lesson is that shamans are scary. If you get caught up in your own head agonizing over past mistakes, well, don't be surprised if you wind up dead. A kitchen fire can take you down as easily as a cop's bullet if you stand around and let it. Are you certain that Sibilance and the rest of the Macau team are dead? She shrugs. They were with me when I got evacuated with the rest of the moviegoers. I never saw him leave the building, and I haven't heard from him since. I guess it's possible that somebody made it, but I don't really run in those circles anymore. Odds are good that if anyone from the Macau team did survive, they'd have died off by now from sheer incompetence. Shadowrunning is an unforgiving business. You don't get to make too many mistakes. So, how do you like life here on the boat hole? That's fine. Shaping up. Having a new roomie is always nice. She smiles. How are you enjoying your cabin? Comfy enough for you? It isn't half bad. Better than some of the places I squatted back in the Barrens. I've heard stories about the Redmond Barrens. Sounds like a real winner of a place. Kowloon isn't any better, of course, but at least our little slice of home is safe. I'll take the boat hole over the Barrens any day. That's the spirit. A lazy smile spreads across her face as her fingertips brush Madness's back. The rat squeals and darts back into the safe haven of Gobbet's hair. But you know, the boat hole's a pretty mediocre name for a ship. You ever consider changing it? Yeah, sure. Considered it a bunch of times. Never really cared enough to actually do it, though. She shrugs. You want to call her something else? I'm open to it. Defiance, Revenge, Dowager Empress, Kraken, Big Texas. These names are all terrible. Let's see. It does sound like too much trouble. That's what drones are for, Gummy Bread. Oh, man. The Big Texas, that's what we're calling her. Tell me you don't love it. The arrogance of that. Of all the names, I probably am leaning most towards the Defiance. I want a strong name. How about the Defiance? Aye, aye, Captain. The Defiance it is. She nods thoughtfully. Yeah, that's really not bad. I think the others will be happy with it. I'm having second thoughts immediately. No, let's not. So did any of the stuff in that story actually happen, or did you just make it up for my benefit? Queen Bee, I'm hurt. It all went down exactly as I said it did. She pauses. Well, except for a couple of embellishments here and there, but they make for a better story. Artistic license and all that. Gobbet leans back and stifles a yawn. Madness and Folly dart up to her left shoulder and lock their beady eyes on you. Hate to break it to you, kiddo, but I'm beat. It's been a long day. Lesson's over for now. We'll pick it up next time. All right, Gobbet. I'll catch you next time. Yeah, sounds good. I'll have your next lesson ready and waiting, too. She makes a brushing motion with her fingers. Scurry along now. Your mentor needs a rest. Bye, Gobbet. Let's go talk to the basement boys. Ractor's shop is sweltering hot, even more so than it was the first time you stepped inside. The whirl of actuators accompanies the fine motions of the manipulator arms that hang from the ceiling. They are turning an object over and over in their articulated hands, soldering wires and hammering rivets. Ah, my friend, welcome back. Ractor touch-types a series of commands into his bracer, and the arms relax into idle posture. He smiles at you, a cigarette dangling from his lips. That is better? Now, what can I do for you? How are you getting along with the other members of the team? Perfectly well, thank you. They all seem competent enough, and there haven't been any major personality conflicts so far. He rubs his chin thoughtfully. So long as they continue performing to an acceptable standard, I can see no reason not to continue our arrangement. It's good to run with a team again. Well, if anything changes, let me know. It's important that the team's morale stays high. He raises a finger. You don't manage morale, my friend. You manage the team. So long as we continue to succeed, the morale will take care of itself. You're still something of a mystery to the group, Ractor. Mind if I ask you a few questions? No, I don't mind. Not at all. He takes a drag on his cigarette, then slowly releases the smoke. I can't promise that my answers will satisfy your curiosity, of course, but you may certainly ask. Did you emigrate directly from Russia to Hong Kong? No. Between my years in Nizhny Novgorod and my time here in Hioy, I spent a year in the free city of Berlin. That was where I got my feet wet as a Shadowrunner, you see. I ran with a team of anarchists for a time, and I learned the ropes of the occupation under their tutelage. Anarchists, huh? Must have been interesting. He shrugs. It was, to a point. They were disorganized, to be sure, but perfectly capable. We enjoyed a certain level of camaraderie when we ran together. Go on, thank you so much for hosting. How are you doing? Sadly, we are no longer on the best of terms. Some of this is a reference to Dragonfall, I assume. We will be playing that eventually, so we'll learn what that's about. What happened? An opportunity arose, and I seized it. In so doing, I left Berlin for Hong Kong, and I did so without much advance notice. Hey, Outro! Auto-hosting seemed to have stopped. It does that sometimes. My absence made life difficult for them, and they blame me for their hardship. You're a grown man. If you wanted to leave, you are under no obligation to stay. Thank you for taking my side, but I can see their point as well. As I said, my departure caused some complications for them. That said, I haven't lost any sleep over it. I merely did what I had to do. He looks away, a wistful expression on his face. Koshei scrapes the ground with its forelegs, its sensors fixed firmly on you. Ultimately, I would say that my time in Berlin was quite educational. Different from my earlier life in Russia, to be sure. As I said, the experience was invaluable. Ultimately, though, Hioy is probably better suited to my sensibilities. How so? Life in Hong Kong is more structured than it is in Berlin. Things make sense here in a way that the Flux State did not. He taps a finger to his temple. I have an orderly mind. Everything in its place, neatly labeled and filed away. This approach is what allows me to make sense of the world. To say that the people I knew in Berlin thought differently would be an understatement. What was it like growing up in the Russian Republic? Tumultuous, as you might expect. You probably aren't old enough to remember the Euro Wars, but I am. I know bits and pieces of the history, but I didn't live through it. Ah, well, the wars were formative experiences for Russians of my generation. Not traumatic per se. Certainly not as they were for the Germans, Finns, and Poles, but important nonetheless. My country was the instigator of the first Euro War back in 1930. I remember the rhetoric, the hardships of living under a wartime economy, the rampant xenophobia that took hold. I remember how we all cheered when our forces invaded Poland. 3 months, that was all it took for our military to crush what meager resistance the Poles could bring to bear. It was quite the source of national pride at home. I remember our drive into Germany and the desperate bid to reclaim the eastern portion of that country for ourselves. Just think about the symbolic significance of such an act. An audacious move, to be sure, but Secretary Kropotkin was determined to make history. So what happened? Did the German military stop you? No. The Night Wraith incident did. Wait, there were ghosts there? He chuckles to himself. No, my friend. The British Aerospace Night Wraith is a fighter bomber with stealth capabilities. These were the machines that rained fire on our troops, or purported to have, at any rate. Nobody has ever come forward to accept the responsibility for the attack. Regardless of who was behind it, the result was the same. Wave upon wave of bombings that targeted our forces in the Germans alike, coupled with the assassinations of dozens of military leaders, a devastating synchronized operation expertly carried out over the course of a single night. At home, viral attacks shut down our power grids. Hundreds of thousands of Russian homes found themselves without any heat or electricity in the dead of winter. Koshi scuttles forward, allowing the rigger to rest his hand on the sloping metal of its chassis. Ractor stares at his own deformed reflection in the metal of the drone's body, a sad smile on his face. I remember huddling under a mountain of cheap blankets that my mother had piled up on my bed. They did little to protect me from the cold, but they were something that I could hang on to. Something tangible that I associated with warmth and comfort and home. There, as my body trembled and I watched my breath frost over, a horrible truth descended upon me. We had caused this. We were the villains of the First Euro War. For the first time, I came face to face with what Kropotkin's folly had brought us. And there, under that ridiculous heap of rags, I came to realize what would surely come to pass. The world thought us villains, and so they would treat us like villains. We would be pariahs on the international stage, crippled by the retributive sanctions. We would never live down the shame. He wipes his hands as if cleaning them. A wry smile spreads across his face. And then the AFA invaded Greece and Spain, sparking off Euro War II. We redeployed our troops to help repel them, and all was made right again. Oh, jeez. That easy, huh? About. Oh, we were still regarded with suspicion, of course, but Europe might have fallen if it hadn't been for our help. In essence, we took back our reputation at gunpoint. Not an ideal solution, but it worked. Within the span of 4 months, we Russians had gone from nobodies to a terrible threat to unlikely saviors in the eyes of the Western world. Studying exactly how this happened has taught me a great deal about human psychology and social dynamics. Well, at least you took something away from the experience. He flashes you a smile. Indeed, there are lessons everywhere, if only we stop to look for them. But I have gone on for too long about this already. I must be boring you. Shall we talk about something else? Surely there are more interesting and relevant things to discuss. Why did you move from Russia to Berlin? He holds his tongue for a moment, considering. we first met, I told you that I parted ways with Grishin Aviacore under unfortunate circumstances, yes? You mentioned it. I'm gonna drink more water. Too much reading. These same circumstances led me to Berlin. I was wronged, and I would not find recourse in Russia. He sighs. I suppose there's no sense in being vague. I'll tell you the story if you want to hear it. Please, lay it on me. You may remember the self-repair system I mentioned the first time we met. The module that would allow Koschei or any sufficiently equipped drone to repair itself. I told you that my research had been lost. That was not strictly true. It was stolen by a pair of colleagues who I had long considered them friends. They were researchers of my old lab. They turned against me, stole our work, in truth, my work, and defected. They betrayed you, huh? Yes. Driven by desperation, no doubt, and ambition. They had always been fixated on getting out of Russia. Grishin Aviacore was a nationalized corporation, and they would never get rich as cogs in a government-controlled machine. Our project, in it they saw their keys to breaking away and earning their fortunes. Never mind the fact that I was opposed to the idea. And so they took what was mine and left me with nothing. And so you followed them, I take it? Yes. The two had long spoken about moving to Berlin. Such was true of many great academics in Russia. My homeland is a bureaucratic dictatorship, you see. There is little personal freedom, and there are many rules to be followed. As you can imagine, the stable anarchy of the flux state can be alluring in concept to those who live under totalitarian rule. Berlin is much romanticized back home. So you assumed that your former colleagues had run to Berlin. It was the only thing I had to go on. At best I would find them, at worst it would be a good place to rebuild my life. And of course, to establish the web of context that I'd need to track my betrayers down. There's a squeal of tortured metal as Koschei drags its claw over the iron grating that covers the floor. Ractor glances down at the drone, and it goes calm. He takes a deep breath and continues. It took me over a year to locate my former friends. It was a long, painstaking search, but I was nothing if not determined. I finally found evidence that they'd used my research as a bargaining chip to secure positions at Ares, and that they were here in Hong Kong. And so you came here to Hioe. He nods. I picked up and I left the next day. My old team was upset, to be sure. Lucky Strike in particular howled for my blood. But I know where my priorities lie. And so here I am. And here they are. And soon I will be ready to act. I really must thank you for inviting me into the team. Your abilities will be invaluable when the time finally comes to make my move. Assuming, of course, that you would be willing to help. I don't know who Lucky Strike is, but we'll find out. Something tells me that you weren't surprised when I invited you onto the team. You were waiting for this, weren't you? I thought it might go over better if you believed it to be your idea. And it would seem that I was right. I am on the team after all. Yes, you are. And you're right. I, for one, would be happy to help you. When you're ready, just say the word. Thank you, my friend, but this is discussion for another day. We aren't ready to hit an Ares facility yet, and there is more intelligence to gather before we make our move anyway. But when the time comes, I will let you know. Alright, I don't feel like talking to you anymore. Bye. Be well, my friend. Come back anytime. Hello, Gaichu. The storage room that functions as Gaichu's cabin is cramped, an overheated mess. piles of old ship parts share space with tarnished cookware, flats of instant noodles, a collection of cast-off clothes, and reams of diagnostic manuals for obsolete computer hardware. To top it all off, there is barely any light whatsoever. All of the bulbs in the room are missing. Daichu is busily moving boxes around, apparently in an effort to carve out some personal space amid the junk that he shares his cabin with. As you enter, he cocks his head and turns around. Welcome to my sanctuary, Queen Bee. I apologize for the lack of light, but as I did not need it, Gobbet took the bulbs for use elsewhere. Gaichu puts down the box that he's in the process of moving and politely bows his head toward you. How can I be of assistance? I just wanted to see how you were settling in. Gaichu rolls his shoulders in a diffident shrug. She just took his light bulbs and he's not using them. I am among those who can make use of my services and who are not attempting to claim the bounty on my head. Is that enough for now? Any thoughts about the last run? Gaichu shrugs, blinking a few times in surprise. What do you expect me to say? You have allowed me to live, invited me into your home, or boat if you prefer, and have given me a means to earn an income and use my particular set of talents. I am pleased with this. While I understand your desire to keep the elders alive to preserve whatever goodwill exists between you and the Wampoans, I worry that such softness sends the wrong message to those in the underworld. There is a time for truth, but there is also a time for sending a message. Is there anything else I can do for you? I mean, I guess we should probably talk about you being a ghoul. Gaichu inclines his head. As you wish, you are my benefactor, and as such I yield to you. Ask then, and I will do my best to answer. It seems like your condition has stabilized. For now, it has. I will not suddenly become a ravenous beast lurking in the hold of your ship. At least, no more than I already am. Gaichu bares his teeth in a wry grin, dipping his head a little. Why did you pick the name Gaichu anyway? It was given to me. This is what the Japanese call ghouls, for the most part. I am vermin, a thing shunned by polite society, to be hunted and slain for a bounty. My old life is gone. It seemed as apt a name for the streets as any other that I could choose. You're gonna buy a new guitar! I'm sorry that your old acoustic is a bit beaten, but new guitar! That's exciting. I like that attitude. It turns the tables of power. Gaichu dips his head in agreement. One does not defeat the enemy solely by strength of arms. One must turn one's own weaknesses into strengths. It is an old and valuable lesson, too often forgotten. Your armor is heavier than what most Shadowrunners wear, and more distinctive, too. Oh. I don't have corporate etiquette. A shame. Gaichu nods, growling his assent. That is correct. It is the armor worn by the elite soldiers of the Renraku corporate military, the Red Samurai. It's 10 years old by now. How long do guitars usually last? What are the Red Samurai? The Renraku's military's Special Operations Division, the most elite,
that the corporation has to offer, on par with the Ares Firewatch or Tierngire's ghosts. Red Samurai are world-class soldiers, assigned to only the most difficult and important missions.
A long time if you handle them with care. That armor's a rare thing for a Shadowrunner to have.
That is true. It is considerably less rare for a Red Samurai to have a suit of it, however, even if he goes rogue.
You don't... Obviously he was a Red Samurai, and he does kind of strike me as a corporate soldier, so I guess I have to go with the first one. You were a Red Samurai.
Indeed. For the entirety of my adult life, I was member of the Renraku military, specifically the Red Samurai. That changed relatively recently. I feel the reasons are abundantly clear. Hence, I still possess my armor, my sword, my training. They have served me well in both my previous life and in this one.
Did you grow up in a corporation?
Yes, in Keihanshin, the Kyoto-Osaka Kobe sprawl. It is less populated than Neo-Tokyo, but not by much. I grew up in East Kobe, where my father was posted in a Renraku complex.
Gaichu roots around in a nearby box, running his fingertips over several chips before deciding on one. He slots it into his PDA, and a Trid photo flickers to life in the space between you. A young man, obviously Gaichu, leans against a railing which overlooks a sprawling harbor complex of skyscrapers and cranes. His school uniform is ripped, and the beginnings of a black eye are forming. Abrasions cover his knuckles, and blood dots his pants. Despite that, he's grinning like he just won the lottery. Vibrant. Fierce. You look like you haven't changed much.
How do you mean? I am unable to see which picture is being displayed.
You look like you got into a fight.
Ah, that must be on Mount Maya. If I remember right, I gave better than I got that fight. 3 against 1, but they were out of shape and cocky.
Oh no, he was a delinquent!
I used to cause a lot of trouble when I was in school. My father was constantly raging that I had no sense of responsibility, and that I needed to take life more seriously. A cackle erupts from Gaichu, sudden mirth spreading across his face. The final straw was when he bailed me out of jail.
That would have tried Raymond's patience too.
That is the curse of fathers everywhere, to have their children give them ulcers. Especially true for high-strung authoritarian ones like Yasujiro? Yasujiro? Yasujiro, probably. Anyway, my friends and I stole a delivery van. It had a shipment of Shiawase SimSense decks. Brand new, very expensive. We were going to fence them and use the money to take a trip to Okinawa. Gaichu pauses, cocking his head. Are you familiar what it's like to grow up in a corporate family?
Gaichu the ulcer maker.
Not a clue. You have to understand. Children are trained to hate rival corporations. We did not regard the theft of Shiawase goods as illegal. We were simply doing our part to ensure Renraku's supremacy. This kind of behavior is ignored or even tacitly encouraged by company media. Unfortunately, we were caught by Shiawase security, not Renraku.
Do you think your father approved, even secretly?
I doubt it very much. For him, the activity was not the issue. It was that I was caught and embarrassed both him and the company. He is very much a man who believes that there is a proper way to do things, and I had once again cut corners.
What did your father do next?
Gaichu clicks his tongue a few times. He seems reluctant to continue. That is a story for another time. Unfortunately, I still have a lot of arranging to do, and I doubt anyone else will be willing to be alone with me in a darkened room. Come back later, and we can discuss it further.
Alright, that's what you want. I don't push people on things. Gaichu bows politely.
It is, and thank you again for your hospitality.
Alright, bye Gaichu. Ooh, box. Gaichu's box of personal effects is overflowing with a collection of souvenirs, mementos, and knickknacks. There is no rhyme or reason to the collection of items. They appear to have been thrown in haphazardly. Lying atop the box is a collection of antique Japanese coins inside an overturned wooden mask. And a black lacquered box with a gold inlay. Gaichu cocks his head, sniffing the air in your direction.
Ah, I see you have found my box of personal effects. Please, feel free to examine what you like within it. Just take care to put them back when you are done. I do not own much, but the things I keep are very precious to me. They are all that remains of my former life.
Let's look at everything. Examine the wood mask. Also, drink water, because cheese.
The wooden mask is extremely light. It's painted with a pale white, and the surface is almost as smooth as porcelain, although it lacks the sheen of lacquer. The face's traits are delicate, almost feminine. Feature lifted eyebrows, bright red
words. Jeez.
And feature lifted eyebrows, bright red lips, and delicately carved teeth.
We've seen this mask before. I think we saw this mask when we went through his stuff in wherever we were before with all the tech people. Yeah, the teeth have been stained a deep black, barely visible past the slightly parted lips. I remember that. The expression, while kindly, is ambiguous and uncanny. Viewed from above, the expression is one of calm contentment. Shifting the mask to view it at an upward angle causes the expression to seem melancholy, almost pained. What is this wooden mask, Gaichu? Magpie storeroom? Yeah, that was it. Thanks.
It is a mask from the historical no play, Ekuta Atsumori. The face is that of a young samurai, Taira no Atsumori.
Should I buy Satisfactory? It's very fun. Have you played similar games before? Like do you like games where you build things and create factories and like assembly lines and automation and that sort of stuff? Like have you played Tekkit Minecraft or something similar to that? For me, I think it's real fun. I think it's a bit expensive, but I think it's real fun. Also, trans tubes. Very fun. You can do some silly stuff in it. Gaichu faces your direction, gesturing towards the mask.
I had a collection of a dozen or so no masks when I was younger. That is the last remaining one, and my personal favorite.
What's the difference between a normal play and a no?
No actors wear those masks to cover their faces. The angle they hold themselves at changes the expression on the mask. So the acting is highly rigid and controlled. The entire performance is highly ritualized. There is no measure of improvisation allowed, only refinement of the prescribed form.
The sale just ended? How much was it on sale for? I would say wait for a sale. It's very fun. Don't get me wrong. It's very fun, but it's a bit expensive. I would wait for a sale. Yeah, grab it next sale if it's at a good price. Gaiju folds his arms over his chest, dipping his chin in thought.
The words are sung, like in a Western opera, and accompanied by a set of musicians known as the Hayashi.
$25% off? It's not bad. It ends on the 9th, which in Steam time was an hour ago. Yep, that's correct. Where I'm at, it starts at 1 p.m. and then it ends at 1 p.m.
The Hayashi keeps time with several drums, a flute, and a chorus. A chorus in the Greek theatrical sense, I mean. Unfortunately, no is an unpopular art in modern times. I expect this is because of all the plays that are conducted in classical Japanese, which is not comprehensible for the general public. I have heard that the creators of No, a father and son in the 14th century, took inspiration from magical rituals at Shinto shrines. It is said that by placing masks upon their face, the actors become possessed by the spirit of the character they play. There are worse fates, I think, than to embody the spirit of a tragic warrior like Atsumori.
Why is it your favorite? Gaiju smiles, expression distant.
A measure of civic pride, I suppose. And I like the story. Taira no Atsumori died at the Battle of Ichi-no Tani, just outside of Kobe. The play takes place primarily at Ikuta Shrine, which is located in downtown Kobe. In old cities in Japan, especially in Keihanshin, I have always felt there is a sense of history wherever one looks. The skyline may have skyscrapers and delivery drones, but the foundations are laid on the bones of the dead. Gaiju shrugs, folding his arms across his chest. I think it is important to remember their sacrifices and joys, sorrows, and glories.
Gaiju laughs suddenly, shaking his head.
That is why sometimes I worry that I am a sentimentalist at heart.
I don't really need to know what the play is about because I kind of learned that from the other questions. So, goodbye mask. Do I want to check the box? I'm kind of done talking to you. I can check the box later, I'm sure. Let's get paid. Your workstation and mission computer. Check your inbox for new messages. Vid, about those dreams. Gobbet's face winks onto the screen. That's right, we gotta talk to What's-Her-Face in the magic shop about the dreams. Her rats are perched precariously on her head, and she holds a laser pointer clutched between her thumb and forefinger. Oh, hey, Queen Bee! Hope I didn't catch you at a bad time. She flicks the laser pointer, and her rat's heads swivel to the right to follow the motion. They're so cute. Why did I say that? This is a recording. It doesn't matter if it's a bad time. Well, anyway, I was thinking about that talk that we had, you know, the dream talk about the nightmares and stuff. Another flick of the pointer, the rat's heads turn left, their noses twitching.
I've got a friend here in town. She runs the Parlor of Five Phases. It's sort of our local magic shop and talismonger. Name's Crafty. Yeah, we've met. Flick. The rat's heads turn upward to stare at the ceiling. Anyway, she's smart, like really smart, and her mom was some sort of local authority on all things magical, and the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, if you get what I'm talking about. So, if you wanted to ask anyone in town about these dreams, she'd be the right one to choose. I already have. I'm way ahead of you, Gobbet. She taps a button on the laser pointer with her thumb, and the little red dot in the tip goes dark. The rats immediately tackle one another, rolling off her head and falling out of sight. They're so cute. She gets up, her head rising out of frame. Well, anyway, I just thought it would help. If you've already been talking to Crafty, please disregard this message. Alright, I'm out. Peace! She punches a button and the screen goes dark. I appreciate it, Gobbet. From Kindly Chang to Queen Bee. Subject, attending a party. Queen Bee, I need you to come to the parlor. A friend and business partner of mine named Dr. Shen Yang is in need of your services. Something about attending a fancy party in Repulse Bay. He was unwilling to give me the details. I think he wanted to size you up himself. But what about my payment? Or am I just getting paid in information? Nope, this is from Isabel. Maybe I have to go see... Because it says, claim payment for your runs at the mission computer. But there's no payment here, so maybe there's another option. I need money. I gotta buy a drone and better armor. And maybe a new gun. Raymond Black's history from Isabel. Duncan asked me to do some digging on my own into Raymond's history. I guess he doesn't trust Kindly Ching to give him the full story. Can't say I blame him, since she's hiding things from us if it's in her best interest to do so. So I've been poking around various corners of the Matrix, trying to dig up what I can. Know that feeling all too well. Pay me! I need a drone and new pants! Most sinners leave a data trail the size of an aircraft carrier in their wake. Working backward in time, Raymond starts out that way, but it slowly tapers away into nothingness. Sure, I can find some basic records in Seattle, power, utilities, a couple of public discussion sites he signed up for, but the further back I get, the less I find. And the craziest part is this. Prior to 2032, I can't find anything at all, and that shouldn't be possible. It's like Raymond didn't exist before then. I don't know. I'm going to keep digging, but it'll take me a while. I'll let you know when I get some news that's worth sharing. Isabel. Pay me! I need food and the things to stream for my friends on Twitch to watch. Yeah. It's basically the same thing. You're basically a Shadowrunner, Kulon. Preface bypassed. Yo, come see me if you have the chance. I have a trade opportunity. Maximum law. Okay. I will look at Isabel's job offer later. Open the jobs directory. Ooh, claim payment! You submit the job as finished and await the response. A few moments later, a message pops onto the screen. Kindly Chang to Queen Bee. The Wampoans tell me that they've ousted all their council of elders. Something to do with you exposing their efforts to cover up their own messes. It isn't the resolution I expected, but I think it's acceptable. If there's one thing I don't trust, it's people who won't pay what they owe. Thankfully, the Wampoans are more reliable than Nuh and her allies. And so am I. Your payment is attached, Kindly Chang. It's not paying as much as I thought it would. Alright. You know what? Let's check out Shadowlands. Whoops. I don't have pay data. I meant to click this one. Police shootout in Victoria Harbor. I know a lot of you are interested in that 50,000 nuyen the HKPF is promising in connection with the terrorist cell they were hunting, so I've been digging around for some better information. I think I've got some stuff of value, Wharfrat. Turns out they had a handler here in Hong Kong by the name of Raymond Black. The HKPF tried to take him into custody the day before, but were forced to kill him in a shootout. Looks like Black and the terrorists are members of the White Star Group out of Henan. Isn't White Star all about restoring Imperial China? One of those terrorists they killed was obviously North American. Why would she be helping a pro-imperialist group? Brother 6. You got money, you can buy any kind of person you need. You're on Shadowlands, Zome. You should know that. Feng Huang. So, what do we know about Black and his band of thugs? Anything we can use to track them down? Dongjiang. The data I've been able to dig up says that Black was from Henan and was distantly related to the royal family. He spent a couple of decades in Seattle making connections in the shadows in preparation for an attack on the Free Enterprise Zone. I've attached some dossiers on his remaining agents. Rollin' thunder! You sift through a long stream of data detailing who you and Duncan are. While the general details about your name and life are correct, many of the small details are wildly inaccurate. You're listed as having lived in Laos for the past 4 years, while Duncan is noted as having spent most of his life in prison. You move on to peruse Gaba and Isabel's ostensible biographies. The dossier lists Gobet's real name as Yuchun Gui and her place of birth as Jian Shanqi? According to the contents, she is 23 years old and served with the Baihu corporate military until conviction for insubordination that led to her dishonorable discharge. Well, you can't be certain Gobet doesn't speak Mandarin. The idea of her being in the military, any military, is downright laughable. Isabel, in turn, is listed as Fatima Abukar. Apparently, Isabel was educated at an early age in terrorism and piracy by the revolutionaries of the Ethio-Malian territories and is wanted in connection with the bombing 2052 bomb attack on the French embassy in Johannesburg. Given that you know Isabel grew up here in Hong Kong, this information appears to be as laughably inaccurate as your own dossier. No more posts in this thread. Jeez. Posy Bash. Alright, folks, we're trying it again. This time under a super secret code name. There's no telling how long this will last, so let the bashing begin. Oh no, more poetry. Super secret code name. You just ran the words poetry slam through a thesaurus. Snozbert. Poetry people, not complaints. Matrix Bard. A thief on the run. A silencer in the dark. The rat shaman lurks. Jive Bart. Got one for the coyote shamans, too. An unbound trickster. The shaman fears no peril. Wily coyote. Jivebert. On a roll, Jivey. Snozbert. Here's another one if Mad can stand it. Pulses of light glance off bright chrome. Translucent spheres encase my treasure. Mirrors and tubes and neon implode. Another day in the Matrix. Tennyson. Hey, I can do traditional. I happen to prefer the haiku because less typing. Gossamer treeses. Infinity in your gaze. Very pointy ears. Now you're mad. Extra points for using gossamer correctly in a sentence. Matrix Bard. I like elves. Now you're mad. Jivebert is still the master of the haiku, in fact. Snozbert. Oh, graveyard keeper. Ashen skin, spindly fingers, and claws freak me out. Jivebert. Alright, Shakespeare's, this is strike 2. This thread is getting locked and you aren't doing this again, got me? This board is for deckers who want to talk shop. There are plenty of other forums that you can use for your stupid amateur poetry. I suggest you go find one, Sisop. top shelf sublet available immediately. Like the title says, good location, cheap rent. Serious offers only, please. Harbor Rat. What do you mean by top shelf? As in fancy corp condo? How'd you manage that? Shenzhen Zhou. Nah, man, it's literally the top shelf of a converted maintenance closet I live in. Harbor Rat. You're joking, Shenzhen Zhou. No joke, it's cheap and the location's good, right near the Temple Street Night Market, and it has super fast access just in case you need to get in and out of the Matrix quick. I'm not the sort to ask questions. There's just about enough space to stretch out your legs lying down, and there's a ceiling hook for your gear. What do you say? Harbor Rat. I don't know, I need a place, but still. A shelf and a shared closet? Screw that. I've got a sweet pad to rent that you can have all to yourself. It's not Victoria Peak or anything, but it's a bargain. Hot pot. Where's it at? Joe. Kowloon Walled City. It's one of the new construction units on the outer edge. Hot pot. I'll throw in a second ceiling hook. Deal? Harbor Rat. Okay, message me and we'll work out the nitty gritty. Seriously, the walled city isn't that bad. My apartment is huge. It even has windows. I'll be Harbor Rat's rent. In fact, just tell me what you want to pay. Hot pot. Hello. No more posts in this thread. Looking for Decker. Looking for experienced Decker for a discreet milk run on a supply house for purveyors of recreational substances. Potential for longer-term arrangement. These guys are clearly pros. The man trying to keep their poem down. I mean, it's off topic. I don't blame him. We're a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and a long list of happy clients. Requirement, you must have a good sense of humor. Give me some Nguyen, 88. Hey, are you willing to give a newbie a shot? I've been in and out of the Matrix since I was in school. I raised some creds doing odd jobs, so I've got a hot new cyber deck that I'm itching to try on a real run. A Mazoom. I don't know, man. We'd really, really like to find a long-term decker, so... And you kind of don't know shit. You said so yourself. Sorry. Give me some Nguyen, 888. Ah, come on. You said it was a milk run. How else would a Shadowrunner start if not with an easy gig? I'm being upfront with you. Doesn't that count for something? A Mazoom. Fine, I got a test for you. You hack this guy, Captain Scone, and change his password to erotic massage. Give me some Nguyen, 888. I'm on it. Thanks. A Mazoom. Done. Am I in or what? Say yes, say yes. A Mazoom. What the fuck? Captain Scone. A Mazoom. Hey, introduce you to our rigger, Captain Scone. You'll make a fine addition to our team. Give me some Nguyen. Thank you! You won't regret this! You gotta stop getting people to hack me. Gimme, or you'll be looking for a new rigger next. Ah, you know that you love me. Alright. Let's go talk to Crafty. I think she's over here. Yeah, she's in the Parlor of 5 Phases. Hi, Crafty. I don't remember her voice at all. Does anyone remember Crafty's voice? Alright, she's gonna be British. I don't remember. She definitely did have a voice. I mean, she's gonna be British if she wasn't before. So, this is what we're doing. I've been thinking about those dreams. Can I ask you something? She's youngish and friends with Gobbet. Yeah, I do remember that. She nods. What was her voice? I wish I could remember. I feel like it's been like 2 weeks since we last talked to her, so I don't remember. Yep, she's gonna be British. Go ahead. Why do you think they're affecting people outside the walled city? It's definitely strange. This is so not her voice. Until now, I always thought that the dreams were nonsense, that my mother just had night terrors because of her madness. She props her chin up with her right hand. But now it's really happening, and not just to me, to others around Hioi. These same psychic forces that drove Mom insane are etching into our subconscious. Lately I've been wondering if there might be something to her ravings. Maybe. I've been skeptical for so long it feels almost blasphemous to consider it. Maybe the walled city's curse is real. She rubs her hand down her face, obviously frustrated. I just don't know. We've already had this conversation. You have the greatest advantage when it comes to investigating these dreams. Take the opportunity. She's gonna do it. Keep me updated. Alright. So she has nothing new for me yet. So I guess when she keeps me updated, that's probably going to be her, like, sending me a message or something. The sign of Matthew's trailer looks freshly scrubbed. It reeks of kerosene. Broad swaths of the flaking paint have been removed, revealing the brittle plastic siding, discolored by years of acid rain. You can still see the faded black traces of erased graffiti. It reads, Job Stealer. Something thumps inside the trailer. You could easily peer into one of the windows. Yeah, let's look inside. Inside are dingy, cramped living quarters, cluttered with broken drones and unwashed dishes. What looks like a rumpled, motley-colored shag carpet is heaped over about half the tiny space, obscuring most of the furniture. After a moment, the shag carpet moves. It rises about a foot, surges slightly towards the window, then it stops, pulsing and fidgeting. It's hard to see clearly through the built-up grime in the window. I think it might be a dog. The carpet is actually, plush-covered drones. Basically dogs. Teddy bears, raccoons, little dolls. There must be 24 inside the caravan, all companionship models. They're all looking at you as if they realize you're not Matthew. They watch, fidgeting. Then, in one coordinated motion, they all lie down and go dormant again. So basically a dog. Basically a mop dog. Well, let's, maybe get a new drone? Queen Bee, beautiful. To what do I owe this unexpected pleasure? Well, you're not here for some robotics, are you? Well, shucks. He rolls his shoulders ostentatiously and sticks his cigarillo casually between his teeth. His eyes have a strained, bloodshot look. Let me look at the... You know what? Looks like someone vandalized your trailer. Ah, what? You mean the paint? That's just some neighborhood kids, good kids having a lark. I nearly fell over laughing when I saw it this morning. Why would someone call you a job stealer? No idea. Drones are job makers. He waggles his cigarillo at you. I know what you're thinking, Queen Bee. I think it myself. Drones take jobs. Well, medicine takes jobs from undertakers, and sewer drones take jobs from people who used to crawl through filth to feed their families. He holds his hand somberly over his heart, and his voice deepens. When you see a drone messenger or maid, it's easy to think that used to be a person. Could be, but that person can do another job now, and they have a drone themselves. Everyone is better off. Why? Matthew's voice rises. His smile wrinkles playfully around the edges as he carries on enthusiastically. Some people who call drones dealers job stealers often themselves come to me for... Matthew suddenly shuts up. His smile gets even more waxy. Hey, let's not get all wound up about this stuff. It's too cheery a day for running off in our heads. Let's get back to business. I don't think I care about you. Let me look at drones. Alright. I have just under 3,000 new yen to play with. So... do I have a drone control 3 data jack? What does that mean? Does that mean I need, hold on. Exit. Goodbye. I will look at your stuff in a minute once I make sure I have everything I need. When it says a drone level 3 data jack, is that this thing? It's probably this thing. You need a data jack, so I already have one, and drone level 3 with karma, which I'm pretty sure I already have. Thank you for clarifying that for me, Gummy Bread. Yeah, we got drone level 3. We're good. Yeah, can equip Class B drones, and we can equip 2 drones. Okay, I'm gonna exit out of that. So that means I can just go ahead and buy one. So, let's see. We get a hover drone. I wish... can I see any details about it? So, there's a sniper. I don't think I want that because I'm already sniping. I don't know that I necessarily want like a close quarters one. So maybe we'll just get this hover drone with a turret. 2 drones, no guns, maximum lazy. I mean, I'm literally built for this. Have other people do the fighting for me. And then let's get a couple more repair kits. What is this? Oh, right. Street drug. I'll just throw it in there. Give me the repair kit. Yeah. Goodbye. Now I have 2! Look at them following me around. They're so cute. Look at my drones. The unnamed ones are middle ground. Assaults like Duncan, lots of bullets, and the sniper one's accuracy and max damage. Well, we should, I guess, pick up a job. Hold on a second. Why do I have things on here? Optional, get some rest. Let's get some optional rest and have a weird dream. It's not like one's better than the other. They just have different stats and skills. Yep, I appreciate it. Oh, I don't need my stash. Yeah, let's have a sleep. Let's just hit confirm. Oop. You wake with a start, your limbs bound up in a sweaty tangle of linen bed sheets. An incredible sorrow swells in your chest. You feel empty, half-starved, and alone. Fragmentary memories of a half-remembered dream flit through your mind. They're already fading away to nothing. Chase them. You close your eyes and concentrate, willing yourself to keep the dream from slipping away. Gradually, the memory comes back to you. The walled city. You were back in the walled city. You don't remember how you got there, but it couldn't have been any place else. Even the barons weren't so squalid. You remember craning your neck to look above you. The buildings that made up this part of the walled city were new construction, even cheaper than the old. Now their foundations had rotted out from under them, and the buildings leaned into one another like a gang of drunken men. A rain of plaster and asbestos sprinkled down, dusting your shoulders. You began to creep forward, picking your way past piles of refuse and debris, past the pimps and the dumpster fires, the broken glass and the dirty needles. The air reeked of rot and sewage and industrial waste, a disgusting melange that caught in your sinuses and crawled down your throat. You gagged on the stink, but it didn't slow you down. In the back of your mind, you knew that you had no reason to be doing this. There was nothing for you in the walled city. You shouldn't have been there. But then the rest of you was hungry, unbearably, indescribably hungry, and that part of you knew that if you kept moving, you'd finally get to eat. As you forced your way deeper into the walled city, locals stood at their windows and stared inexplicably. Some of them dropped to their knees. You kept moving. You could see something in the distance, a silhouette. Something enormous, at least twice the size of a troll, but delicate. It was beautiful. The huge figure beckoned you, gesturing with a slender limb. An explosion of warmth filled your chest. And you knew that if you could only reach it, your problems would be over. She, would make all of your sorrows disappear. You moved forward at a crawl, but the figure felt impossibly far away. You reached out, calling to her, and then you woke up. The empty feeling in your stomach slowly fades, taking the strength and vibrance of the memories along with it. Well then, that was a thing. Alright, meet Kindly Chang's friend. I guess we could go do that. Handsome Lee, hello. Are you handsome? It's muggy out, even for Hioi in monsoon season. You pause to mop your brow. Suddenly, you feel eyes upon you. As you glance up, you meet the tranquil, searching gaze of a man half hidden in the shadows. He's wearing a crisp white tailored suit, shirt sleeves neatly rolled, with a dark gray silk tie and a smart black trousers. If he's sweating, you don't see it. The man tilts his head ever so slightly in greeting. A newcomer! Welcome. He flashes you a brilliant smile, eyes glinting with bemusement. You can just barely detect a faint trace of an accent in his voice. Handsome Lee's the name, purveyor of enhanced sensory experiences. I can see that you've got some tales to tell. Nope. Bye. Be well. He nods his head. I know it's pouring out Decima, but apparently he's completely dry. And I'm sweaty. Alright, let's talk to Dr. Shenyang. A rotund, balding dwarf in a cheap suit turns to face you. Light glints from the heavy gold chains that hang around his neck. When he speaks, the voice that greets your ears is high and nasal, and he's contorted into a rough approximation of a New York accent. So basically, he's Duncan. Hooray. Pleased to meet you. Jang was kind enough to arrange this little sit-down between us. That fancy aftermarket skin. He extends a slab-like hand for you to shake. You can call me Dr. Shen Yang. Shake his hand. Pleased to meet you. I'm Queen Bee. At least they tell you the accent before you start. I know, right? His grip is as soft as his palm is moist. It's like shaking hands with a boneless ham. Ew! Oh! You share a long, uncomfortably flaccid handshake before he finally releases you. Ugh. I'm, looking for a little outside help on a problem I've been having. Ordinarily, I'd handle it myself or have some of my friends see to it, but it's kind of delicate, you know? My guys be noticed before they make any headway on my problem, so I figure, hey, I had contractors this time. Might as well get some contractors of a different stripe. Delicate, unlike his hands, yes. Oh, the descriptions are great. Tell me about your problem. Maybe we can help. I run a little film studio, Southern Crown Films. We mostly do trade work, but we record some Sims too. Maybe you've seen some of my stuff. Space Mongols, From the Moon, The Favor, Pomegranates, Ultimate Kill Squad. Can't say I've had the pleasure. Ah, it's too bad. I'll send over some to Chase so you can take a look. Anyways, so there's this other guy in the industry, and we've been butting heads since day one. Name's Neville Ma. He runs Yellow Spring Studios. No matter what I do, I can't shut him out of the biz. He always manages to get one over me, steal my stars. He's been running me into the ground with this show called Promises and Moonlight. The star's a girl named Penelope Wong. New talent, but the viewers have gone nuts over her. She's the show's linchpin. Hang on, I'm getting there. So about 6 months ago, Neville was out in Guangzhou for some hoity-toity party. He's on the road, probably drunk, and suddenly comes out of nowhere and pow! Wrecks his fancy new Yellow car West Wind. Bad luck for Neville, good luck for me. I figure, hey, that's the end of him for the year. I start planning some new stuff he can't compete with from inside a hospital. You follow me so far? Yes, please keep going. Problem is, the best is back in the game already. He's bringing out season 2 of Promises and Moonlight. And I need that show off the air one way or another. And that, my friend, is where you come in. How long did it take him to recuperate? I tell you, kid, he should have been in that hospital for at least 3 months and in physical therapy a lot longer. Only took him like a week to get out. Couldn't freaking believe it. That kind of medical care costs top dollar. He's got a lot of money, but not that much. Recovery time like that means that one of two things is going on. Neville could have found himself a silent partner, someone willing to pay top dollar for cutting-edge care. I don't think it's likely, but it could have happened. If it ain't that, the smart money says he's been skimming off the top of Yellow Spring's earnings and not reporting it to the other shareholders. Top dollar. And you want me to look into that, I take it. I need you to go get me something to blackmail Neville with. Find out how he could afford to get out of the hospital so fast. He works out of his penthouse most days, so search his computer, closet, sock drawer, whatever. There's gotta be something incriminating in there. Where is this penthouse? Neville lives in the Repulse Bay. It's this real swanky joint on the south end of Hong Kong Island. At the bay with the same name, I haven't been able to get anybody to poke around his apartment because the security's too damn tight. Lucky for you, though, Neville's throwing a party on the mezzanine level, with all the shops and a restaurant, a balcony and such. He's celebrating a second season launch of the show, and everyone's gonna be there, gonna make a real snarl for the building security.
Time for Queen Bee to play her best picks. I'm gonna have to up that charisma.
You might also want to hit up the party if you can bluff your way in. Everyone close to Neville will be there. Most of them will be 3 sheets to the wind by the time you get there. Some discreet question might give me the dirt that I need. Just remember, if you go to the party, don't use your real name. Go with Argyle. Should be safe enough. Nobody in the biz out there will with that name, so no one will ask any questions about how your work's going.
Couldn't you just make a better show? Hit the apartment, hit the party, dig up blackmail information on Neville Moss. Sounds easy enough. He nods vigorously.
Oh yeah, Chang talked you up when I approached her with the job. Given what she told me, this job should be cake.
It sounds cake. So let's watch it go wrong. Could you just like be less trash? Have you tried, I don't know, like writing a show that doesn't suck?
Now, the blackmail material is what I need more than anything, but if you can get Penelope Wong out of her contract, I'll pay you extra. You got it? I want that star power on my side. One last thing. I don't want you starting a scene while you're there. You interrupt his party, make a mess of trash his apartment. I am not paying you. We clear on that?
We're clear. You did some drawing yesterday. Awesome.
Good. I can't have Ma knowing I'm after him. In my business, everyone's got dirty tricks. But if you make it public, you use them? Dr. Shenyang draws a finger across his throat. That's it. My career's dead as the People's Republic of China. Nobody will work for me or with me ever again. So don't embarrass me, eh?
Understood. I'll be discreet.
That's what I like to hear. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. You can get paid, and I'll put the word out that you're a solid hire.
Sounds like we have a deal then. His grin widens.
Good woman! That's what I like to hear. When you're done, drop Chang a line. I'll come meet you back here and hand over the money.
Need to take a picture of it since there's still sketches? I'm looking forward to seeing it when you finally get around to that. All right then, let's I guess do the job? I don't really have any money for any more stuff, so oh, there it is. Okay. Spend your karma first. I can spend it on the job. I don't know what I want to spend karma on yet. I guess I could look at it. I've got 10. I can't afford enough charisma to get a new etiquette, unfortunately. Yeah, 10 isn't very much at this point. May as well wait. That's what I'm feeling too. Because, like, the only other thing I might want to go for is, like, maybe more quickness. But we're not going to be fighting anybody on this job, ideally. So, I think I'm just going to wait to see if I need to increase my charisma at all. I feel like I've got, what, 4 right now? Yeah, I've got 4 charisma right now. So that's probably enough to talk my way in. So we'll give it a try. Let's do a save. Unless you're still considering decking. I don't think I need it. Because I can just take Isabel with me when I need a decker, and she's fine. You know what? Let's take a quick break before we go on this job. So we'll take a break. For a couple of minutes. Everyone get a drink, get up, stretch, get a snack, whatever. And then we'll come back and we'll do some digging up of some blackmail and trying to get a lady out of her contract. All right, I'm going to put some music on. I'm going to roll some ads and I'll see you all in just a few. Hello, everyone. We are back. Hopefully, y'all had a nice break. Hello, drummer boy. Welcome. Kicks on the door. There's been a crip. Oh, sits in the waiting room. Nice. So I hope y'all had a nice break. I had a nice break. But let's get back to the game. Hey, Snow, thanks for hosting. How's it going? How are you doing? We're gonna dig up some blackmail. The host button is back. It is. It's going well. Good. Travel to the Repulse Bay Hotel to dig up information on Neville Maw. Let's hope that we can pass as a good person who's supposed to be there. May have put most of Graham's mechanics in a Notion page just now. I noticed that you were working on it. Oops. So definitely we're going to take Gobbet and Isabel. I think I'm going to take Duncan as well. Having a ghoul with us is not going low. Like, we would not float under the radar with that. It's gonna be nice to have that available to the public. Yeah, I mean, especially because there's some homebrew with her class and people have questions about that. So it'd be kind of neat to just be able to share that. I agree. So we could take a mage or some of these people. I'm not spending money on people. They're called actors and I'm already concerned about your cover. Am I supposed to be an actor? I'm definitely supposed to be someone involved in the industry in some way. I didn't think I was going to be an actor. It's fine. I got 4 charisma and I can bump it to 5 if need be. Just hope Duncan survives so he can achieve his donut franchise dreams. He's an ex-cop, drummer boy. So it's fitting on more than one level. You arrive at the eponymously named Repulse Bay, a gleaming hotel and apartment building on the shores of Repulse Bay, Hong Kong Island. Rolling storm clouds choke the sky, lending the structure a sinister appearance. As you push through the doors into the building, a sudden break in the clouds reveals the sun that's gone red as blood. Why? You make your way into a ground floor elevator. The attendant pays you no mind. As the car begins to climb, you hear the sounds of merriment drawing closer. As the doors slide open, you find Neville Maw's party in full swing. Yes, drummer boy, I did get that. Can I not? Hold on. I might not be able to spend karma on the mission. If that's so, then I should probably load and spend it. The elevator disgorges you onto the mezzanine with little fanfare. Off in the distance, you can hear the sounds of clinking glasses, careful laughter, and silverware on china. I'm kind of out of my element here, Queen Bee. I'm not much of a party person. How do you want to handle this? Check the apartment first? My vote is party! Can we go to the party? Let's go to that party, see if we can dig anything up. If you think you can get us in, lead the way. You should be able to, whenever you can pause out of combat conversation. That's what I thought so. I was just surprised that the game prompted me to do that like right away. She runs her hands together excitedly. The catering at these things is always top notch. We're talking caviar, queen bee, booze with gold flecks in it. I think I might smell pheasant. He shakes his head at Gobbet. I don't understand how you can be hungry. Is what you powered down a dozen dumplings and a pitcher of oxtail soup. Oh, I'm not hungry. I don't think I could eat another bite, but I do have a messenger bag and about 20 empty pockets. She pats a bag at her side. Come on, Quibi, let's go mingle. Yeah, I can spend karma whenever I want to, game. Today's special, Buddha Delight. You brought Gaichu on this run, but he's so high profile. A sullen-looking troll stands on the periphery of the kitchen. He turns to you, shoulders slumped forward, and sighs. I do say that. No restaurant service tonight. The kitchen staff's too busy with the party to serve anyone. Wish I could get onto that balcony. He sniffs the air wistfully. All the delicious food. See, this guy knows what's up. Why can't you get in? Guess only. The guy throwing it seems connected to the trit industry. There's tons of actors in there. Some of them from Promises and Moonlight. He fiddles shyly. You know the show, right? Of course, I can't wait for the new season. His eyes widen excitedly. Me too! That twist with Lady Chung in the last episode? What a cliffhanger! I couldn't believe it. Me neither. Good luck with the kitchen, bud. There's special dialogue options with him for this run. Interesting. He's a method actor that knows about the no and is always in character. That's a good cover, but he's a ghoul! Well, let's look around. Ooh. There's a Matrix data line. This access terminal has an open cyberdeck port. Isabel, do it. You know what? Maybe I should save before we jack in just in case. Because there's going to be ice and we don't want to trip any alarms. It's stage makeup. The Matrix will help. The Matrix Help slide will give you a rundown on some of the features you'll encounter navigating through cyberspace, including system trace, Matrix combat, and Watcher Ice. Show the help, sure. Oh, that's way too much. I don't care. But I don't see anything I can actually do here, so maybe I do need to do something? There's literally nothing here. What? Maybe I should have read the help. Someone help. What am I doing? What's happening? Click on the portal? I can't. Oh, I can just walk into it. Okay. Well, This did not go well. So, hold on. What is this doing? Oh, it's shield. I'm supposed to be shielding her. Okay. Okay. Increases your chance to hit. Heal myself. How do I make it happen? I'm confused. Well, that did not reduce the system trace at all. And it doesn't even have a cooldown. How does it work then? I clicked it. And then it didn't. I don't know how it goes off though. I'm so confused. I'm gonna try this again. I think there's a way to get through there. It's a damage ability? It shouldn't be. It just removes the system trace. And I tried clicking on an enemy and it didn't do anything. And I tried clicking on the ground and I tried clicking on the door. I don't know how it works. You hate decking even though you play a decker? So I think I am gonna, let's see. Are there any other, there are other places where they don't look. So I think I can kind of slowly get my way up there. There we go. You can either attempt to hack the ice or force your way past it at the cost of additional system trace. For details on hacking blocker ice, see the hacking help slide. Sure, I'll look at it. Why not? Oh, it's like Mastermind, it looks like. Solve the hacking challenge to get past the blocker ice undetected. Mouse over to see how much system trace will increase if you fail. You can force it by using your cyber deck to push past the blocker ice by force, automatically raising system trace by the amount shown. Or you can try a password. In some cases, you can try typing in a password to get past blocker ice undetected. Mouse over to see how much system trace will increase if you enter the password. So, keypad puzzle. Press start and follow the match sequences using your number pad or mouse to add more pips for hack time. You can press next as soon as you have even one pip to start step 2. Pressing start again will let you repeat this step. What? Follow and match the sequences using your numpad or mouse. That's not super clear. Hopefully it'll make more sense. Deck and 3000 fight. The new overall decking in Hong Kong is
something. Well, I'm glad I didn't play a Decker then. Solution clues. Use the symbol clues here to look for a matching solution. So, for example, it could be this guy, this guy, this guy. One of those three. And then click the matching solution here based on the clues above. The correct answer will let you hack past the blocker ice. Use caution. The wrong answer will raise system trace. Okay. I don't know how this part works, so hopefully it'll make more sense when I'm actually doing it. This part makes perfect sense. This part is like, I don't know what it means. Follow and match the sequences using your number pad. I guess we'll find out. Why? I can't. It won't let me exit out of. Okay, there we go. Jeez. Let's. Yeah, force is gonna cost 50. Failure only causes 20, so I can recover from that. All right. Start. Oh, it's okay, so it's possibly this one. It's not this one. It's maybe this one. It's not this one. Oh, it's maybe this one? Did it. That wasn't too bad. I like that it's a puzzle. It's not terrible. Welcome to the Repulse Base Central Data Hub. Please state query. Search for information on Neville Ma. Ma Neville, resident, penthouse apartment 2. Expand query. Apartment door code. You like the actual hacking like that right there, but the combat and stealth aren't as fun? Fair. 1635. Let's search other records. Select subject. Events. One event found. Yellow Springs Films private party, mezzanine level. Front desk indicates 6 unclaimed invitations. Download invitation? Absolutely. Planned hotel expansion. Let's look at everything. You download a series of files detailing expansion plans to the hotel's ground floor. These might be valuable to local construction firms. Ooh, we can sell that. The Matrix combat itself. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. Maintenance logs. Accessing maintenance logs. Reams of data flood the screen. Everything's organized by way of reference numbers. It's an incredibly obtuse and confusing system. Without knowing what number to search for, there's little of value to see here. All right. Disconnect. Now we gotta get out of here. Okay, looks like I'm safe to stand here. Uh-oh. Nope, I'm just gonna leave. And check out. There we go. Done. Easy. Beautiful. The ragged waiter manages to straighten up as you approach. Good evening, ma'am. Welcome to the veranda at Repulse Bay. How may I be of service? You look exhausted. Why don't you take a break? Not yet. I can't afford to miss any tips. He sighs. Went to Macau last week and it wiped me out. Bad luck with the horses, you know? Well, I don't really need to get him out of here because we got an invitation, so that's a shame. Hope your night improves. Well, it can only get better from here. Charisma 4 would have got me in the door, but we've got an invitation, so we're good. The security guard stands in front of the patio, a little bored expression on his face. He looks you up and down as you approach. Private party, pal. Invitation only. Here you go. He takes the invitation and scrutinizes it. He then looks at you, reluctance plain on his face. Enjoy the party, ma'am. Fantastic. Hello, party people. This guy looks... Oh, he's a producer. He looks like a Shadowrunner. An actual invitation is almost as good as charming your way in. I mean, I could do both. Neville Ma, Penelope Wong. I guess let's talk to the producer first. Let's work our way clockwise. The partygoer raises an eyebrow at your approach. Serving century-old Cabernet like punch here. It's hard to believe considering how much of a single bottle costs. It's even hard to believe Mr. Ma's hosting this party, and so soon after his accident. I heard about that. Doesn't seem to have slowed him down. The man's a machine, he smirks, amused by himself. Not literally, but he might as well be the way he sprang back after being T-boned at 140 clicks an hour. Jesus, how is he even standing? I don't know how, but here he is, alive and kicking, or dining, regaling, what have you. If you ask me, it's all that positive chi the fans have stirred up. I heard there was an entire message board praying for him and making offerings at temples. The Matrix is nuts for promises in Moonlight. If Ma hadn't negotiated a second season, his fans would have just as easily turned on him. If that's all it takes to win an immortality, maybe I should become famous too. Isn't that why we're all here? To be famous, to become famous, or to make someone else famous? He catches sight of someone across the room and waves. Lisa, over here! He gives you a curt nod. Nice talking to you. Well, that didn't really give me anything. We're gonna have to get into his apartment. The glamorous starlet flashes you a standard celebrity smile. Lovely, but emotionless. Good evening, Penelope Wong, but please call me Penny. Pleased to meet you, Penny. Name's Argyle. She lifts her drink and takes a tentative sip. What brings you to our little soiree, Ms. Argyle? I don't believe I've seen you around the studio before. Probably the last one. Also, I love her hair. Look how cute her hair is. I'm representing some interested parties who'd like to collaborate with Yellow Spring Studios. They wanted me to make sure Neville's injuries were just as minor as they'd heard. Your friends have nothing to worry about. But can you flirt with her? I'ma try. I must admit, I nearly died of fright when I heard what happened. But to look at Neville now, you'd never guess he'd been hurt. She smiles demurely. It's miraculous, isn't it? I'll keep a secret if you will. It's a shame the rumor mill's caught wind, though. There are rumors? She blinks. I haven't heard any rumors. Just jealous babbling. You know the kind that he's embezzling from the studio to pay the treatment, etc., etc. Her face reddens. That's ridiculous! The studio's doing better than ever. We're even expanding. No money lost there. I wouldn't put any stock in Matrix rumors, especially the ones about new investment partners. It's all baloney. Someone new. For a moment, she's lost in thought, face twisted in concentration. No, I don't think so. But Neville did make some new friends when he was in Guangzhou. Go on. There was a woman, I can't remember her name, who now visits Neville regularly. I hear she's quite the fashionista. Is this a business or a personal relationship? Penelope shrugs. They seem to get on well. I'm a little sad he's never introduced us, though. She's supposed to make an appearance tonight. I'm very much looking forward to meeting her. Penelope's gaze drifts over your shoulder a moment, and she smiles at someone behind you. Oh, please excuse me. That's Mr. Yao, and I promised him I'd say hello tonight. Enjoy the party. Thank you, Penny. It was a pleasure. Well, then. Question is, do I talk to Ma now, or do I break into his apartment and then talk to him? I feel like I should break into his apartment and then talk to him. Basically, load the gun before we pull the trigger, if you get what I'm saying. The elevator dings softly, and a bright, sophisticated elevator panel awaits your input. Take the elevator to the penthouse floor. Look how fancy! They got waterfalls and everything. Okay. Mission items 1635. Ooh, we could have used astral perception to sense the keypad. That's fine. We can just input the code. 1635, I think it was. Yeah. Why is it so cold in here? Oh no. What's he up to? I can see my breath. Weird. Rows and rows of finely tailored suits, custom shoes, and various accessories fill the room. The liquor cabinet is full of expensive wines and spirits. Several decanters sit atop it, but one in particular catches your eye. A bottle of brilliantly bright red wine. I almost want to sip it just so I can learn what it is. You take a gulp. That's not what I wanted. I wanted a taste and quickly gag. The wine's strangely warm given the temperature of the room and disgustingly salty. What is wrong with you, woman? You usually dip into people's wine collections while illegally searching the houses? Lesson learned. Gross. I don't care if it's cat piss or Zeus's tears. What I do care is that you just left DNA evidence in an apartment we've broken into. Duncan pulls an alcohol swab from his belt pouch and wipes off the mouth of the decanter. Mumbling angry to himself, he shakes his head. I swear, Queen Bee sometimes. I mean, it's fine, Duncan. That's what you're here for. The fridge is well stocked. There's enough food here to feed a big party. The opposite side of the living room is dominated by a massive security door. It's much heavier than the exterior apartment door and looks like a recent addition. The wall has clearly been reinforced to support it. A series of top-of-the-line commercial-grade mag locks hold the doors sealed. It'd be easier to tunnel through the wall than it would be to break them open. They do call him Gunshow because of his muscular brain, after all. A cursory glance at the door frame reveals no sign of keypad or a jack point, but you do see what appears to be an RFID reader. A 16-digit number has been stenciled into the side of the reader in red ink. This didn't come with the apartment. Why fortify an interior door like this? Probably to keep up appearances. Can you imagine how people would talk if he installed this thing in the hallway? Well, one thing is certain. We aren't getting through there without a key. Most likely, that means we will have to get one from Ma or from one of his people. Aw, shucks. I guess we'll have to go back to the party. I mean, that is the next logical step. Tell me we're going to the party. Looks that way. Saddle up. We got a party to attend again. I mean, we've already been to the party, but we're going to go back to the party. Brain seps. So we might be able to get a key from this waiter, but I want to see what other options there are. She still has empty pockets to fill with caviar. You're not wrong. Welcome back, Miss Argyle. To what do I owe the pleasure? I was hoping you could help me, Penny. Do you have a key fob for Neville's security door? A quizzical look crosses her face. I do, but how do you know that? What do I want to say to this? I don't know what's most believable. I'm leaning towards the first one. Because I'm kind of here on work anyway. Building management told me. They sent me down to see if I could bring them your fob. They needed to fix a glitch, but they didn't want to bother Mr. Ma. Oh, in that case, please take my key fob. Just bring it back when you're done, okay? She digs around in her purse before producing a small plastic device and hands it to you. Thank you, Penny. You don't know how helpful you've been. Penelope beams at you, always happy to help where Neville's concerned. Oh, Penny. How are we going to get you out of your contract? I guess get caught and blame you? I don't know. Oh, no. Penny, you fool. I mean, it's fine. We're just gonna get her a little fired. It's fine. Boop. As you approach the door, a light set into your key fob goes from red to green. There's a loud series of thunks and the door slides open. A blast of frigid air floods into the room from the other side. That's so weird. Why is it so cold? Also, look at this bathroom. I dig it. Only a little fire, kind of like being a little shot. It's no big deal. An expensive consumer-grade computer terminal awaits your input. The displayed background is set to a screen capture from Promises in Moonlight. Penelope Wong's radiant face beams at you from a corner of the screen. It's just haunted. He was locking the ghosts in, maybe. This must be Ma's personal terminal. He smiles. Can't think of a better place to dig for dirt on the man. Log into the computer as a guest. May as well. A few keystrokes is all it takes to get into the computer's file structure. With the high-tech security door in this apartment, it seems Ma never bothered to encrypt this machine. An options menu appears on the screen. Let's search his email. Let's search everything. You read through Ma's email. Most of it's spam and boring business arrangements, but one detail stands out. Neville Ma is frequently emailing a woman named Ku Feng. They seem close, exchanging a lot of thinly veiled flirtation. It appears that Neville has been lavishing Ku Feng with money and affection, expensive gifts, rent checks, miserable attempts at poetry, seeing to it that her every need is met. Financial records. Neville's financial records are astoundingly boring aside from two major things. He spent next to nothing on his hospital bills, where it appears he stayed for only 3 days. And he's spending a lot of money on a woman named Ku Feng, jewelry, bills, clothes, and such. Unlock the office door. With a push of a button, you unlock the office door on the other side of the room. An ominous thunk reverberates through the cold steel apartment. I'm so worried we're gonna find like clones or something. Without warning, a frigid wind blows through the apartment. The chill cuts through your clothing, raising goose flesh all over your body. Where is that coming from? Oh. Hello? There's another blast of cold, and a pale and imposing woman materializes out of thin air. A throng of blank-faced men and women materialize alongside her. The little dog who's been sniffing around Neville Ma's affairs. Her voice is imperious, arrogant. Ku Feng, I presume? She nods. Just so. My servants have been watching you since you arrived. I suspect that you are an evil woman, and that you are here to do harm to Neville, and so I came to stop you. I couldn't be less interested in hurting Neville, lady. I'm just here to finish a job. If that is true, then it is a shame. You have seen my face, and you know what I am. Naturally, I cannot allow you to leave, and you cannot afford to fight me here for fear of police involvement. She lifts her chin imperiously. Perhaps we can settle this in a more civilized manner. A face-off in a neutral location. Will you accept my challenge? I mean, you're just a vampire. I don't care. I've also got the glowy eyes. It's cool. We can be cool. I don't have a choice. A duel at midnight works for me, I guess. Very well. She steeples her fingers. As for the terms, if I win, you will willingly submit to my influence. You become my pawn. And if you win, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. She nods, grinning. Wait 15 minutes for the sun to go down, then come to the roof. We'll settle this there like gentlemen and ladies. The sun dips below the horizon, which is not midnight, by the way, but whatever. Mist coalesces, coating the rooftop in dew. Ku Feng and her cohorts appear. Ooh, her picture's different. Look at her eyes. Are you prepared to become my servant, elf? You must not resist or I'll be forced to kill you. Should it come to that, I'll endeavor to make it swift and painless, but no promises. I'm ready if you are. This will be entertaining. Kill her! Alright. So, I need to activate... I'm going to activate this one. Hello! And then I'm going to take cover all the way over here. Bye! There aren't any access points on the map, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have her run over here and then shoot you. Boop. Ooh! I can't get to that, but I need to get towards it. I'm just gonna have her run over here so she has some cover. And then Duncan... yeah, shoot this guy. And again. Let's see. Alright, let's activate you as well. Now we've got 2. I don't need to move because I got drones. Ow! Rude. Alright. So we're gonna start with you! Pew! And again. Dead. It's what you get. Yeah. Fire on you a couple times. Try to finish him. There we go. How dare you miss? You're point blank range. Alright, well, we need to make sure that she doesn't die. So, Gobbit. I don't think you can reach her, so we just need to... how do I reload? I don't remember. Oh, it takes an action to reload. I guess she'll reload. There we go, we got her. Yeah, that Tempest was real good. Uranium is a thing that's satisfactory. It is. And it burns a hole in your pocket and now you're dead. Yeah, it's almost like radioactive materials are dangerous or something. Kufang's calm and haughty demeanor dissolves as her eyes grow wide. Wait, I surrender. Don't kill me. Oh, shut your mouth and stand up. Kufang pulls herself to her feet. A vampire and a quitter. I mean, that was the point. It was like, if she wins, I become her servant, and if I win, she does something for me. Look, I didn't mean for things to go this far. I don't even know how to fight. I was just trying to scare you into backing down. The truth is, this whole Mistress of the Night thing is just an act. Before I got infected with HMHVV, I was an accountant. An accountant? She nods. I was on a business trip to Shanwei last year. I went to a rave, got drunk, passed out. When I woke up, I was in an alley and someone had done this to me. And so what, you decided to embrace this whole vampire thing? What choice did I have? I couldn't go back to work, and it was a dead-end job anyway. No upward mobility, no room for growth. I did what anyone would have done. I tried to make the best of it, to capitalize on my new abilities. I am a vampire now. I can't control that. But I can control how I choose to monetize it. Wow. So what was your endgame? How did you see this working out? Beats me. It's not like I have a rule book for this or anything. I'm just making it up as I go along. Who knows, maybe I could eventually become Vampire Queen of Ripples Bay. Well, I suppose I can't fault your ambition. Thanks. I mean that, but it's never going to happen. I'm not good at any of this. I know that now. I don't know what all the numbers and names are, but that's the there's so many heckin' undead now virus. Same as Gaichu, just a different strain. Ah, okay. She looks away in shame. Her voice goes flat. I don't even know what I'm going to do with myself now. If I'm ever found out, I'll get killed for the bounty money. Money? This was my only real shot, and I blew it. How did you manage to survive? Oh yeah, Duncan's stunned. I've been hiding out in Kowloon. I was hoping to just disappear. As far as my friends and family know, I'm missing, maybe dead. Her chest hitches. She looks miserable. I think that's for the best. I mean, how could I explain what I'd become? Can you imagine how ashamed my family would be to find out that I'd become this monster? No, it's better that they think I'm dead. So, I mean, that's not what the deal was. The deal was we'll see what happens when the time comes, so I'm not going to click that. So, can we call a truce or something? I scratch your back, you let me live? She claps her hands, pleading. What do you say? I think we can work something out conditionally. I don't have anything against the undead. She nods eagerly. Yes, anything. Just tell me what you need. First off, I want some answers. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. You ask the questions and I'll answer. No lying, I promise. How are you and Neville Ma connected? I happened to be in the same hospital that he was, trolling for a meal. I don't like to drink blood from unwilling people, so I go to hospitals at night looking for people who won't mind if I take a sip.
Yeah, I had a feeling we were drinking blood down there.
People in comas, patients with terminal illnesses, that sort of thing. It makes me feel better about what I have to do. So I wandered into this room and I'd recognized Neville Ma. I'd seen him on the news, seen photos of the accident. He was in really bad shape, a lot of broken bones and internal injuries, but somehow he was still conscious. So you offered to help.
He's a vampire now.
Or, wait, if I gave uninfected people my blood, they'd be able to heal like I did.
It only works when it's of your enemies? Might have been the extra dialogue options with Ghoulie Boy, probably.
Well, I knew that if I gave uninfected people my blood, they'd be able to heal like I did, just not as fast. I figured that out early and by mistake, but it can come in handy from time to time. So when I saw that Neville was conscious, I decided to make my grand appearance. I materialized in the room and told him that I'd make him a trade. I'd fix him up. Good as new, but he'd owe me some favors for it. I wasn't specific as to how many favors or what kind. He agreed. Actually, he leapt at the chance to become my pawn. I guess that's when you're all broken up like that, you'll do just about anything to get better. The deal was done, and we got along. I think he's charming, he thinks I'm funny, and he doesn't care that I'm a vampire. He told me that he gives me nice things because he likes me, and not because he owes me his life. It's all very sweet. What's it like to be a vampire?
According to the Shadowrun wiki, one of the strains of the virus turns koalas into drop bears. Sounds right. Sounds Shadowrun.
About the same as being a person. The human metahuman vampiric virus.
Oh, well now we know what all the letters mean.
Is like any other disease, except instead of coughing, I can't go out during the day. It's not all bad, though. I can turn into mist, and I'm a lot stronger than I used to be. I still have to wash my hair and pay for parking. You know what I miss the most? Steamed buns. I can't eat or drink anything except blood, and I loved street food before I got infected. Sometimes I'll walk by food carts just to smell the things they're frying up. But if I buy something, 10 minutes later it's all coming back up in a mess. Is there a cure? I wish, but no. The only cure is being tossed in a bonfire or having your head cut off, and almost every nation in the world will pay a bounty for a dead vampire. It's not like I had much of a choice, you know. Be a vampire or get killed for some quick cash. It's a pretty raw deal for me either way.
I've decided what's going to happen.
Okay. She exhales heavily. What's it going to be?
You're gonna live up to your potential and I'm going to help you? What the heck?
You're going to get Neville to fire Penelope Wong.
Wait. All of this is about that stupid soap opera? I take the jobs that pay, lady.
I can't believe it.
All the idiotic reasons to blow my cover.
Fine. I'll make Neville get rid of her. How hard will that be? Neville can't say no to me. I mean that quite literally. He'll do it, no question. And what about Neville and I?
I don't care who Neville Ma associates with.
Thank you. He knows what I am and doesn't care because I saved his life. I won't trouble you again.
All right. Well, we're done here. Bye. Let's go to the mezzanine. I don't think there's anything left in the penthouse for us.
You know what? Let's just double check that. Don't remember if I did that option or not. I love the idea of I might want to replay this again someday and be like, I'm gonna turn you into the Queen of Repulse Bay. That sounds amazing. Okay, I didn't think there was anything left in here. I think we're done. I'm gonna check my quests. Yeah, I've done literally everything. Went to the party, we found some pay data. It's literally just leave. So let's get out of here. Hope you had fun at the party, Gobbit. First two missions both involve accidentally consuming humanoid. Yep. I had a feeling it was blood. I just wanted to taste it to be sure. The clink of glasses and the sound of Neville Maw's party fades into the distance as you leave the Repulse Bay. As the MTR carries you towards Hioi, the mountains of Hong Kong Island roll by, as looming masses obscured by rain and storm clouds. Penelope Wong has been fired from Promises in Moonlight, and Ma will be at a serious disadvantage without her. The whims of Trid viewers shift as readily as the tide, and without the starlet's presence, Promises in Moonlight will undoubtedly lose ratings. However, with Ku Feng at his side, Neville Ma may be able to thwart any of Dr. Xinying's attempts to undermine his other business. Oh. Well, I don't want it to make her go into hiding. We got blackmail. He's besties with a vampire. Whatever. Oh, now it says Defiance. Someone did change the paint job. Nice. The original name has been sloppily painted over with black paint. Freshly painted characters have been recently done in bold brushstrokes and read Defiance. I'm into it. Alright, let's get some sleep. You wake with a start. Once again, you're tangled in your sheets, drenched in sweat. Your throat feels like it's on fire. Hey, I know that feel after playing this game. You can't remember what your dreams were about, not precisely. But again, you feel that yearning sensation, the emptiness in your gut and your chest. Your head is throbbing and you heave yourself out of bed. I'm gonna exercise a bit, helps clear my head. Come back later, we'll talk. Alright, let's go hand in the mission. I will hydrate, thank you. Drink that blood. It tastes like orange vanilla. It's delicious. Delicious blood. Nom nom. Alright, let's watch him be mad at us, probably. Sheng Yang is busily puffing away on a foul-smelling cigar, his comlink in one hand. His eyes flash with anticipatory glee as he sees you. Dr. Sheng Yang greets you in the name of all producers. How'd the shindig go? Got the information you wanted. You explain the night's events from start to finish. As you speak, Shen Yang's face grows ever more incredulous until finally his mouth is left hanging halfway open. He slowly places the cigar in a nearby ashtray and shakes his head in disbelief. That's gotta be one of the single strangest stories I've ever heard. Vampires in the Trid industry. What a nightmare! Can't believe you let that leech keep sucking on Neville. Big ace to have in his pocket. When she starts biting other people, actors and whatnot. Not an optimal outcome, but I guess it's okay. You got me wrong, and that means the show's dead. Alright, kid, I'll send payment to your matrix drop. You earned it. Glad to be able to help. Dr. Shengyang is about to speak, but his comm leak begins to buzz. Irritated, he answers it and switches to speaker mode. Yeah, who is it? What do you want? Oh, right, we never talked to him. Hello, Shenyang. Just wanted to let you know I've released Penelope Wong from her contract. If you're still interested in her, she's all yours. Also, I hope your business is doing all right. I'd heard you had some problems with cash flow. If you need a loan, I'd be happy to help. Dr. Shenyang eyes the image of Neville Ma with deep suspicion. You don't sound too mad, Nev. What's the catch here anyway? You must have the next big thing lined up already. Oh, Doctor, there's no need for it. Do you want to know why I keep winning our little contests and you're always playing catch-up? It's because you think people like Miss Wong actually matter. They don't. Stars are crafted, molded out of talent, yes, but ultimately constructed. With enough time and effort, anyone can be made into a star. It's just a question of manipulating public perception. Maybe so, but I got it now, and your show's dead in the water without the star. What do you think of that, eh? I think that I'm going to do what any good soap opera producer would do. Write her character out with a tragic death. Bring on someone new. You labor under the misapprehension that viewers have loyalty. They don't. They only have appetite. As long as you chase stars like one, you will lose. Don't be afraid to think bigger, Doctor. Reach for the drama, not the dramatists. With that, Neville Ma hangs up on Dr. Shenyang. For the next 30 seconds, Dr. Shenyang releases a stream of violently imaginative invectives at the phone. Even Strangler Bao is taken aback by the ferocity of Shenyang's anger and the inventiveness of the sexual positions that he describes. Finally, he takes a deep breath and composes himself. That dirty little weasel! Insulting my creativity like that? The nerve! Go on, kid. We're done here. Thanks for all your help, but I gotta get going. I gotta talk to a guy about buying a bunch of snakes. Okay, well. I did it. I did the job to the letter. You did not say that if there were vampires there that I had to get rid of them. Just saying. Let's get paid. Smith, the job is finished, and then good work, kid. Here's the money I promised you. No bonus, apparently. Oh, those are notes on what to do. I mean, I still feel like being all, hey, your girlfriend is a vampire should be sufficient blackmail. I'm just saying. Think we just raided? The raid might take a minute to go through. Raid? Hello. I don't know who's raiding. Hi. You might have needed to talk to her about being hired for the bonus. Really? Hey, Tim. Welcome. Let me, hold on. I'm going to save it, here. Raiding with Tim. Hi, Tim. I don't see the raid, but hello and welcome, everybody.
Hopefully you had a good stream. I hope you had a good stream. I'm gonna load. How far back does this put me? Take your word for it and do the emote thing anyway. It's all good. Sometimes they don't go through. Sometimes they're finicky like that. But thank you so much. You named your goddess after me. What were you playing? Also, hello and welcome anyone who came along for the raid. I'm a Stady variety streamer, art streamer. Today we're playing more Shadowrun Hong Kong, which involves lots of reading and lots of voice acting. And sometimes fighting. Let's see. Oh, this is before I even... Yeah, nope, that's gonna take too long. That's fine. Let's just load back into this one. Doing D&D prep. Nice! Hioi, a shifting amalgamation of old boats, tar-stained docks, and repurposed warehouses, all lashed and bolted together into a unified whole. It's the last bastion of civilization before descending into the hellish tenement of Kowloon Walled City, and the closest thing you have to a home. Its neon lights and strobing hollow signs are a welcome sight. And doing some heckin' crimes, always. Anyway, I'm fine with that. Let's see if we can talk to anybody. Duncan, you ready to talk now? Nope, he's done. Created a pantheon, and now Sokka's the goddess of love and beauty. Nice. I don't think I need to talk to you anymore. Let's do Shadowrunner lessons with Gobbet. It's the highlight. Gobbet looks up from a hot plate at the sound of your approach. A smile creases her face. She raises her eyebrows and gestures at the cabin around you. You know, the Defiance has really been shaping up over the past few days. Well, with all the work we've been putting into her, she's starting to feel like a real home. Anyway, enough about the boat. She puts her hands on her hips, sending madness scurrying. Ready for your next lesson? Or did you just want to chat? Let's do it. Yeah? She smiles. That's good. I was hoping that you'd want to keep going with this. It's good for you, and I'm kind of enjoying it too. Gobbet runs her hand through the knotted ropes of her hair, a contemplative look on her face. A moment later, she turns her attention back on you. All right, this is going to be another long story, so I'm thinking we should take it in chunks. If you got any questions, you can ask them along the way. And if you need to take a break, we can come back to it. Sound good? Sure, sounds good. Good. So last time I told you about the event that brought an end to my illustrious career as a subcontractor. This time, I'm going to tell you about a run that went on with my regular team. Was this when you started running with Isabel? No, this was long before Iz hit the streets as a runner. We were friends and everything, but she was still learning to deck back then. And she was good for her age, but she wasn't ready for prime time. You don't know anyone from the group that I'm talking about. They're all gone now anyway. You've had a rough career, haven't you? Yeah, I guess that I have. But I'm still alive, that's something. Puts me ahead of a lot of other runners I've known. The truth of the matter is, as runners, dying on the job is an occupational hazard. We're disposable assets. Shouldn't come as a surprise when we get used up and tossed away. It was the same way in the Barrens. Here today, gone tomorrow. Yeah, you know how it is. People die, and it's sad, but there's no sense moping about it. Tell me about that team you were running with.
Sure. She extends her hand so that she can count off her teammates on her fingers. Madness scurries down her sleeve and perches on her forearm. Our muscle was a Hawaiian Jew with poor impulse control. Big, round guy with lumberjack arms and ringlets in his hair. Called himself Hanu. I guess that he loved turtles? I don't know. Street names are weird. Divine is mean to me? Don't be mean. We had a tech specialist, Egret. She was tall, gawky, dyed her hair bone white. She had a drone named Arlo that followed her around like a lost puppy. Pulling my proverbial pigtails? Probably. He just means he likes you. Alright, we'll see you in a bit, Kulan. She was kind of a jack of all trades, but she could get the job done. Fun at parties, too. Our de facto team leader was a guy named Sui. He was a wiry troll, if you can imagine that. Probably about 2% body fat, all skin and bones. Walked with a hunch to make himself look smaller. He was a shaman, followed Rat, like me. Sounds like an interesting group of people. Should be like Anne of Green Gables and hit him over the head with my chalkboard. It was. But then everyone I've worked with has been interesting in his or her own way. As a rule, shadowrunning isn't a profession that attracts boring people. How did you meet this group of yours? Through mutual friends. We actually all lived together before we decided to start running as a group. There was this floating squatters commune out in Hung Hom Bay. It's probably still out there, actually. I haven't been back in a long time, but I spent a few years living on the thing, and the rest of the team lived there with me. Squatters commune? She nods. Yep, we called it the sinking ship. It was like an enormous raft all bolted together from old shipping containers. Wasn't the most comfortable place I've ever lived, but the price was right and the company was good. I'd like to hear more about the sinking ship. Let's hold on that a little bit, okay? I'd like to get through the rest of the story before we spend any more time on the raft. After your lesson's over, I'll tell you whatever you want to know about the commune, but for now, I'd rather not get sidetracked. Okay, I think I've got a grasp on the dynamic. Let's keep going. She nods. All right, moving on. So one day, Sui brought us a job. He'd met a client at Victoria Harbor Bar, a rich Eastern tiger exec. The guy wanted us to steal something for him, a, quote, shiny object, unquote. She raises her hands. I know, it's stupid, right? But that was how the Johnson described it to us, the shiny object. That was what he wanted us to get. He never gave us any other name. This option, though. A rat shaman hired to steal a shiny object. All right, so what did the client tell you about this thing? He gave us a physical description. We were supposed to look for a chunk of red jade. It's about the size and shape of an ostrich egg, with a mirror-polished surface and gold wire inlays. He said that it'd have paper charms hanging off of it, food talismans, Taoist sorcery stuff. We weren't supposed to touch those. The client also told us about the shiny object's then owner, an old hedge wizard turned entrepreneur named Kong Juyan. A hedge wizard? She nods. He had the whole wise old sage thing going on. He had the robes, little hat, the kind smile. Oh, and the pièce de résistance, a long wispy beard. He was mean as a snake, though. He had a rep to prove it. Intel said the old man, Juan, was keeping the shiny object in one of his warehouses. He had a bunch of them. He built himself a nice little empire selling magical paraphernalia through puppet vendors in the Yao Ma Te night market. Supposedly a good fifth of the stalls in that place were on Juyan's payroll. Magical objects, huh? You got my attention. Well, like, some of it was magic. A lot of it was, like, in that warehouse was, like, crap, though. Fakes and forgeries to sell to gullible tourists. Still, there was some nice stuff on display, magical regions and the like, but sifting the good from the bad would have taken time, and we weren't really planning on sticking around long enough to do that. I'll forgive Gobbet for calling snakes mean, but only because she's a rat shaman. Fair enough. So, we cased the warehouse for a couple of nights before the run. You know, did some recon, took some notes. From what we'd seen, we were pretty sure that Zhu Yan was keeping our payday in the vault at the very back of the building. Security was pretty heavy, though. He was paying a local triad for protection, and he kept a lot of their boys on the staff. So he was the one who came up with the plan. We'd split up outside and enter the warehouse in 2 teams. Team A would create a diversion. Team B would hit the vault when the security was looking the other way. Grab the payday, regroup, and get the hell out of there. In my experience, splitting the group is almost always more trouble than it's worth. I'd agree with you if we were going in expecting a straight fight, but as a Shadowrunner, you should almost never want to get into one of those. When you're on a job, you're always going to be outnumbered and outgunned. Going quiet is inherently safer than going in loud. And if splitting the group is what it takes to do that, she shrugs. No, but I think we all should have snuck in, but whatevs. Anyway, Team A, Hanu and Egret, circled around to the loading dock, just like we planned. Sue and I waited by the service entrance. We didn't have to wait long. A couple of minutes in, we hear this ungodly crash. Then another and another, and as it turns out, Egret had rigged into Zhu Yan's network of automated forklifts. She had 6 of them running amok in the loading dock, chasing workers and crashing themselves into anything marked fragile. Next time we're on a run with the loading dock, remind me about the forklift trick. It's awesome, right? A dreamy smile spreads across her face. Egret really outdid herself. Man, I wish I could have been there to see it. Egret's distraction did what it was supposed to do. As Sui and I watched, most of the triad guys at the service entrance abandoned their posts and went hauling off towards the loading dock. A couple of guys with baseball bats stayed back, but we handled them easy enough. We slipped inside and made a beeline for the back of the warehouse where the shiny object was supposed to be. And let me guess, something went wrong. No, actually it was there, just like we thought it'd be. The door was open and everything. The shiny object was sitting there in a teak cradle gleaming with reflected light. Just like the client had said, it had a ring of Taoist talismans hanging off of it like a grass skirt. The paper all crinkled with age. We didn't waste any time. I reached in and grabbed the thing. It felt strange through my gloves. The jade sort of, pulsed? As if it had a heartbeat. That sounds ominous. Yeah, tell me about it. I wanted to drop the thing, but it was our payday, so I slipped it into my satchel instead. Couldn't get the flap closed quickly enough. The package being secured, Sue and I turned to hightail it out of there. And then that's when things went to shit. Did you run into... did the shiny object do something unpredictable? No, not the shiny object. Old man Zhu Yan. The egg-shaped pulsing item is definitely not going to be an egg. And certainly not like a dragon egg or anything like that. He was standing there, right in front of us, larger than life. I'm guessing that when he heard the commotion in the loading dock, he'd come running, well, waddling, to make sure his treasure was safe. As it turns out, it wasn't, because I'd already stolen the thing, and he looked displeased, so... what did you do? What do you think we did? He had our backs to a wall. We lit the old bastard up. It was pretty epic, truth be told. Spirits were summoned, spells were discharged. The vault door was sealed behind Zhu Yan like some sort of old movie. Or something out of a movie. At one point, the old man leapt onto Tsui's back and tried to bite his ear off. I won't bore you with play-by-play of how the fight went down. In the end, we, crushed him. Unfortunately, the fighting had caused some collateral damage. At some point during our showdown with Juyan, the control panel for the vault door must have eaten an arc of lightning or a blast from a power ball. It was toast and all melted and black, and neither of us could fix it, so you were trapped in the vault. Yeah, that's about the size of it. And it was only a matter of time before the old man's remaining security guys found us in there, so there was still one way out, a ventilation duct up high in the rafters, but it was too small for Sui to fit through. He was a troll after all. I had the shiny object, but if I left Sui there and security got him, well, you do the math. So here's the conundrum. I've got our payday in my satchel. The team is split. The inevitable is that more Triad 49ers are going to find us, but we don't know how, when, or how many. Egret and Hanu are holding their own in the loading dock for now. I can stay with Sui and help fight off the inevitable weight of a 49ers, but we're badly outmatched, like badly. Oz's survival won't look good for either of us. If Egret weren't pinned down to the loading dock, she could probably get the vault door open, but in order to get to her, I have to leave Sui alone in the vault. If the Juon reinforcements find Sui before I get back with Egret, well, she uses her thumb to draw a line across her neck. So that's the scenario, Queen Bee. Not a lot to work with, I know. Now tell me, what should I do? I will hydrate. Thanks for the reminder, Divine. Take the gamble and go for Egret. It's the plan with the best chance of success. Could have done that, I guess. It might have worked. Of course, I could have gotten Sui gunned down in a vault too, but in retrospect, it wouldn't have been a huge loss. Wow. Anyway, that wasn't what I did. I saw what I thought could be a way to save the day, so I went ahead and took it. I wondered if she was gonna do that. I fished the shiny object out of my bag. I still remember how the Taoist talismans that ringed the thing crinkled in my hands. I remember shrugging, saying, "The hell with it." I put the thing in Sui's bare hands and told him to go nuts. It was almost like Sui had been waiting for me to pass him the thing. He seemed eager to take it. He hugged the chunk of rock to his chest like a newborn baby. Color swam in the stone, and something changed in his eyes. Then Old Man Juyan's 49ers breached the door, and Sui unleashed hell. She pauses, frowning, stops scratching Folly, and uses the hand to rub her eyes. Finally, she turns back to you. A sour look pinches her features. What went down in that room? Well, I've only seen that kind of carnage a couple of times in my life, and I've been running the shadows for years. Those Triad men were torn to scraps by the end of it. Don't think I'll ever forget the sounds that they made. She clears her throat. I spent most of that fight huddled in the corner for my own safety. What Sui left loose from the stone didn't seem terribly interested in discriminating between friend and foe. Been practicing this one song the whole day. It's an earworm. How's the practice going? What do you mean by that? Did he summon hostile spirits or something? Something like that. Truth be told, I don't know what they were. Like I said, I was hiding. But he couldn't have done it without the shiny object. Not in a million years. Whatever they were, the rock brought them there. So what happened then? She shrugs. We waited for things to calm down in the vault. And for things to go slithering away. I think that Sui had some limited control over them, which is why they didn't eat us. After they were gone, Sui gave me the shiny object back. I put it in my satchel and we bailed. We collected the others on the way out. They were blissfully ignorant of what had happened on the other side of the warehouse, and I didn't see a reason to change that. We hightailed it back to the docks and caught the first boat to the sinking ship. Mission accomplished. Gobbet looks away again, stares off into space. From what I'm told, people still avoid Juyong's warehouse like the plague. It's supposed to be haunted even to this day. People who set foot in that building just keep turning up dead. I'm pretty sure I'm one of the only living people who knows why. Abruptly, her body language changes. Anyway, that's it. Lesson's over. You got any questions? Go ahead. Gobbet, was there a point to this story? I'm trying to find a moral here. There was when I started telling it. I thought I was going to tell you to be comfortable with breaking the rules. I don't think I'm going to say that now, though. I'm not feeling it anymore. Why not? At least your team made it out of this run alive. They didn't stay that way for long, but let's leave it at that for next time. I don't want to get into it just now. The point was don't hatch eggs! Can you tell me more about the sinking ship? Yeah, sure. The story's over, so we can get into it. I moved onto the sinking ship when I was just a kid. I think that I was 12, maybe 13 years old at the time. In the beginning, it was just me and a couple of rat shaman friends. Cadmus, Malvina. They were older, but they were always cool to me. Is it typical for groups of rat shamans to congregate like that? Not terribly, no. I mean, we have lodges, same as any other group of shamans. You can usually find a few of us hanging out in those. I guess that there was just something special about our little group. Or maybe about the sinking ship. We liked it. It felt like home there. It didn't hurt that the sinking ship was well stocked and provisioned when we found it either. And don't look at me like that. It was abandoned when we took it. Abandoned? There was a team of Shadowrunners that had lived on the thing before us. But they bid it on a job. Cad and Mel heard the knock of opportunity and they claimed the raft for the rat in record time. Taking over the sinking ship wasn't an easy job, mind you. The previous owners had installed traps and automated defenses all over the raft. Cat had his hands full with those for a month. What kind of traps we talking about? She shrugs. You know, the usual stuff. Explosives, pop turrets, that kind of thing. Cat and his sister Yasmin took care of most of those without too much trouble. The biggest problem were the scuttling charges. The runners who built the raft had installed these explosives all along the perimeter that ripped the bottom out of the thing if it were ever seized by the police. The explosives were tricky to deal with. Cad was able to disarm them, but had to leave them where they were. It was always just slightly uncomfortable knowing that I was sleeping on top of a couple 100 pounds of dormant explosives. Yeah, I can't really blame you there. She shrugs. Hey, like I said, it was free. There weren't really even any rules to follow, which suited me fine. Malvina was the sort of the leader of our little nest, but never really listened to her. She was always trying to play the mom card, instill a sense of responsibility in us. I mean, it was cute, but she did have a propensity for getting things done. I have to give her that. Anyway, after a few months, other people started showing up. Squatters, homeless people, Shadowrunners, assorted crazies. As long as they stayed cool with us, we were cool with them. Eventually, it became a community. Imagine that. Stranger things have happened. Yeah, sure. I guess so. She shrugs. Anyway, let's take a break and come back to this later. Of course, like I said, it's a long story. So, was there something else you wanted to talk about? Any thoughts on that last run? Man, if every job we could get were like going to fancy parties and stealing their food and booze, I'd be a happy camper. I don't understand why those trib types get into their weird rivalries, but sure as hell won't turn down the money to help them blackmail each other. I have to wonder, do you have a soft spot for vampires or something? I mean, it's awfully nice of you to let Kufeng live, but don't you think it's dangerous to let her hang around in public? I mean, sure, we got Wong fired from the show, but even so... Kufeng seemed pretty new to this whole vampire thing, though. I'm betting she'll piss the wrong person off and end up with a stake in her chest sooner or later. So what else you want to chat about? I'm good. Bye. Yeah. Hey, Queen Bee, I'm sorry that this lesson wound up getting a little unfocused at the end. I'm not really sure what came over me. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Well, I still feel bad about it. So, look, I'll make you a deal. The next lesson will definitely be on point, and I'll tell you what it's about up front. No more question and answer sessions. How's that sound? Fine by me, Gobbet. We'll catch you next time. She waves. Next time. Bye, Gobbet. You're the best. Alright, I don't think Duncan wants to talk to us. I don't really want to talk to Roctor anymore. But we can talk to Ghoul Boy, see if he has anything new to say. The cabin is in a far better state than it was previously. The heat has been adjusted down and the ventilation's restored. The boxes of junk and parts have been stacked and neatly arranged, and Gaichu's small amount of personal gear is tucked away in a corner. There is a small mat in the center of the cabin that looks like it doubles as both a rug and sleeping pad. Gaichu is seated in the lotus position, eyes closed. His fingertips rest on a braille reader that is plugged into his PDA. The device fills the room with a soft clicking from the pin combinations. As you approach, he lifts his hand from the reader's surface. Hello again, Queen Bee. Is there something I can assist you with? Looks like you've carved a nice little spot out here. If you say so. I doubt it would be suitable for others, but I do not require much by way of space, and I have few possessions. So long as I have a quiet area in which I can sit and relax, I am happy. Now, what is it that you wish to discuss? What are you reading? Gaichu draws himself up, folding his palms in his lap. With one toe, he pushes the braille reader away. It is called Hagakure, Hidden Leaves, written by Yamamoto Tsunetomo. As a treatise on what it means to be a samurai, and how one should best serve one's lord. Required reading for the Red Samurai, unsurprisingly. Wasn't he forbidden from killing himself when his lord died? Gaichu blinks, obviously surprised. Yay, I've impressed him. A wide grin spreads across his face. You know of him then? Yes, that is Tsunetomo. He was eager to die and show his loyalty, but Lord Mitsushige had always found that custom to be wasteful. The author has a certain central thesis. When there is a question of life or death, always choose death. Throw oneself into the fray with no resignations and act on instinct alone. My current state of affairs speaks the truth of this more robustly than any lesson in a dojo. What is the rest of the book about? Gaichu ticks off the points by unfurling successive fingers. It is partly a manual for proper behavior toward one's lord, partly a rumination on the mindset required to be victorious in combat, and partly a collection of stories. Tsunetomo believed that, to truly embody the virtues of a samurai, adherents should be mindful of their path at all times, never stop training, always question how one's actions reflect on their lord. Above all, be prepared to do your duty instinctively at any time, no matter what the cost. If I recall correctly, the author was a bureaucrat who never fought anyone. Gaichu's lips curl into a slight scowl, but he nods agreement. That is true. Tsunetomo never fought anyone, and some have criticized him for trying to speak of being a warrior without ever lifting a sword. But I believe he has many things of value to say. He cared a great deal about the deeper meaning of being a samurai. If lived experience were the only path to truth, then all philosophers are fools. I respect him for trying to elevate the philosophy. As do I. No one is perfect, but we should all strive as diligently as he to elevate our way of being. Most walk through life blind, never understanding their own desires or the effects of their actions. If more of us meditated as deeply as Tsunetomo on our lot in life, I suspect there would be less misery in the world. What does he say about the masterless samurai like you? 7 times down, 8 times up. Gaichu smiles thinly, wrapping a claw on the hilt of his sword. More specifically, if a samurai has not been a ronin at least 7 times, then he has not truly lived as a samurai. Those were different times, however. It was common for samurai to fall out of favor with their lord and be turned loose to wander. For company men like myself, the choice is serve or die. Is there anything else you would like to discuss? Well, we were talking about your father bailing you out of jail. Yes, I do recall you asking about that. Gaichu's reticence is palpable in the long silence that follows. He does not continue. Hey, Captain Keys, welcome. If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to. Gaichu sighs heavily, nodding. I have given you my word, and I intend to keep it. Do not be concerned. I simply have not spoken of my family in a long time. Bad memories? No, quite good ones, actually. I haven't seen Yasujiro in many years, but that is my fault. We may not have seen eye to eye when I was young, but we came to an understanding. Eventually. How did Gaichu knew I came here? Gaichu knows many things. Yasujiro gave me an ultimatum after my run-in with Shiawase security. He told me that he had cut a backroom deal with a rival in Shiawase to keep me out of prison. The charges would be suspended if I finished high school and studied at Kyoto University, with the intent of joining Renraku. If I did not, Shiawase would take me into custody and I would spend time in prison. What did that cost him? I have no idea. He refused to reveal what he had been forced to do in exchange, but I cannot imagine it was cheap. Insider information, perhaps? A deliberately botched contract. Yasujiro was the manager in the water and power division, so the deal would have been lucrative, but not secret. I had always taken my family for granted, raised in a Renraku family, going to Renraku's schools. I always had a sense of place, of belonging where I was. The thought of all that vanishing, I simply could not imagine it. Suddenly, the reality of my actions became clear. Gaichu runs his fingers over his bald scalp, smiling distantly. From then on, I tried to be the son he wanted, and he seemed glad of it. We grew much closer over the next few years. He took time off to visit me when I was living in Kyoto. Why would that be unusual? He was a very busy man in those days. A lot of responsibility and very little time for himself. I was impressed that he could carve off as much time as he did just to go camping with his son. A lot of nice wilderness in that part of Japan, I bet. Very much so. The land around Kyoto is protected from development due to historical and cultural significance. Most of the mountains are considered sacred, so the Diet declared them a natural preserve. We made several trips to the area between Kyoto and Nara, around the village of Ide. We camped in the mountains above it. We would hunt wild deer and boar there, using my family's antique arquebus. Arquebus? That is a strange choice of weapon. I don't know what an arquebus is. It is a choice of expediency. It is nearly impossible for a private citizen to own a firearm in Japan, which is why you may so often read of Yakuza attacks involving swords and cleavers. An old flintlock-type musket. Oh, okay. As the Tanegashima that my family owns is from the 18th century, it is exempt from ordinary regulations.
Gaichu chuckles softly to himself.
Perhaps ironically, hunting with my father is how I learned to prepare raw meat. Strange to think that such activities served as training for my current state of affairs.
So what is the process? How do you prepare it?
Soak the meat in brined water and simmer it at a low heat for several hours. Let it cool. Repeat the process over several days. It cannot get too hot or I am unable to eat it. This process brings out the collagen in the meat. When it is done, I spice it with ginger and sansho pepper. Again, not too much. Mundane food is anathema to me.
Sighing happily, Gaichu stares off into the distance. When he looks back, he smiles broadly at you.
Those were good days. I am sorry I cannot go back to those times. When one joins a Red Samurai, one must give up all attachment to one's previous life. The company, the code, and the unit become the entirety of your world. That is an incredible amount of focus. It is. That is why the selection process is so rigorous and so many fail. There is no shame in failing. Simply being allowed to participate in the test is a mark of excellence. Applicants must be human, Japanese, and utterly devoted to Renraku. Your unit becomes your family. Your commander is your father and mother, your teammates your siblings. Red Samurai are not allowed to reveal our identities and position to anyone outside the Special Operations Group. Even if we wanted friends outside the unit, we could not have them.
How'd you end up joining the Renraku military?
Ah, a fair question given my youthful indiscretions.
Gaichu leans back, his blind eyes turned toward the ceiling.
Are you familiar with the Kempeitai?
Aren't they the Japanese political police?
Yes. Much like the commissars of the Soviet Union, they are responsible for enforcing political and social orthodoxy. Not only concerned with the army, the Kempeitai also enforce certain laws with regard to the general populace.
It's my understanding that they're a Gestapo.
That's not entirely accurate, but it is more correct than not. It is an organization with little oversight, broad powers, and simple recruitment methods. As such, power tends to get the better of most members.
I think everything not on the undead virus dietary needs list makes them quite sick. Like how the lady was talking about hot buns. Yeah. That you just powers through it. I mean, a little. He can't put in too much because then it'll make him sick. But if he puts in just enough to trick his body into the fact that he's not eating any, he's okay. It's all about moderation. Like, maybe the vampire lady would be fine if instead of eating a whole bun, if she just took, like, maybe a little dimple off of one, maybe she'd be okay. But who even knows? I'm gonna have to get more water in a little bit. I think we'll take another break at around the 4-hour mark. So in about 20 minutes, I'll get some more water. Because I'll probably be out by then. She might be able to eat blood sausage. That might be too cooked for her, though.
When I was enrolled at Kyoto University, I studied global security and political science. It is the major generally used as a gateway into private security postings with both government and corporate militaries. I knew I wanted to fight. I was a young man and my blood was always up.
Hey, Harath, how's it going? Welcome.
One of the requirements was that the students join the youth brigade, Kempeitai.
How's the Hong Kong crimes going? We met a vampire and we blackmailed her into helping us.
So pretty good. Making NPCs for a 4th edition D&D campaign. Cool. What's your campaign about? What kind of NPCs you making? Tell me more. The Youth Brigade is built. It's a bit like the ROTC in North America, the Young Falcons in the Sioux Nation, or the District Officer Program in the Republic of Korea. Members learn to be soldiers without actually joining an army. They perform community service and promote civic pride. Performance and prestige in the Kempe Tai used to dictate later job opportunities. A bit like a good internship. In your defense, she wasn't a very good vampire. True. Showed Jimmy your doodle and he liked it? Yay, thanks. I'm glad that he liked it. Seems like the kind of thing Renraku would look favorably upon. When I was in school, the mega corporations looked favorably on the Youth Brigade's service. At the time... Ooh! Uni, thank you so much for reading! Hello and welcome, everybody. Let's find out what you were playing. How is Rogue Legacy going? MadBro9, hello and welcome. Used to be a revolution, but then we put that aside because, yeah. And the game was fighting me tooth and nail and getting my intentions to run. So now we're doing Zone Stalkers. I don't know anything about that. But yes, hello and welcome everybody. For anybody who doesn't know who I am Estani. I'm a variety streamer, an art streamer, and we're playing Shadowrun Hong Kong today, which involves a lot of reading and voice acting. We broke Rogue Legacy. How does that work? I don't know much about the game. The NPCs are a group of rival adventurers. Nice. I love a good rivalry. At the time, the interests of the Emperor and the corporations were aligned. The great drive to return Japanese industry to the forefront of the world economy. Good marks from your Youth Brigade commander were a sure sign that you'd be offered a good position within corporate security. And I wanted to be the best. We had a spell that shot birds at everything on the screen, and hundreds of birds, thousands of birds, so many birds. Sounds like you had a good time. These days, the mega corporations that have begun to resist that kind of nationalism in favor of corporate pride, Youth Brigade service is becoming a black mark rather than a positive. Gaichu shifts, resting his elbows on his knees as he leans forward. I do not know if the alternative is any better, though. When I was nearing graduation, I was approached by a recruiter with Renraku Security. She told me I came from a good family and could have a promising career within the company. She offered to fast-track my application towards potential Red Samurai position, 3 years with the Renraku military as a junior officer, and guaranteed placement in a Red Samurai training billet of my choosing. The pay was good, and the excitement of being an elite was an attractive proposition. I accepted, but I did not truly understand what I was signing up for. As I told you before, they force you to give up everything except the company and the unit. That was made clear to me, but I did not truly understand it. Want to be the very best. He did want to be the very best. Did you regret your decision? On the whole, no. I do not know who I would have been had I not joined. Perhaps there are things I miss, but regret is perpetual. One is always tempted to ask what if, but that is a trap. Gaichu wraps 2 knuckles on his breastplate. This is who I became. The armor was my protection and my identity. The training was extremely difficult, both mentally and physically. I knew that I would be isolated from my old life, but I did not anticipate the full extent of that isolation. All Red Samurai recruits report to a facility called the Forge in Chiba. You are assigned a unit. You and 4 other recruits, and for the next 2 years, the Forge will be your home and prison.
Shaking his head wistfully, Gaichu snorts.
It seems ridiculous in retrospect. We were all so young. None of us had any idea what we were doing except trying to become the best soldiers in the world. And yet those strangers became my new family in the absence of the old.
I need to stop talking to you because you are destroying my voice. See you later, Gaichu.
If there is anything else I can do for you, please let me know.
Let's look at other job options. I know Isabel wants us to do a job for her, so we could look at that. Also, how much money do I have? I have karma I could spend. Oh, I've got pay data. Let's post that. Shadowlands. Post pay data. Attach data to the escrow account. Data will automatically be sold to the highest bidder. Both parties will remain anonymous throughout the transaction. Yep. Construction plans. Cool. Yeah, let's go and search it for relevant keywords. Ooh, alright, we're gonna read through a whole bunch of stuff. This newscast just aired. If anyone wants to watch real-time isobar data or Earthsat images of the storm, the basic service paywall on Skywatcher imagery is easily circumvented. White Prism. Get a voice FX box for Stanimus. I don't know how much I would use it. The Imperial Japanese Meteorological Agency today issued an advanced typhoon warning for the northern Philippines and the coast of Guangdong Confederation, as Tropical Storm Usagi has grown into a full-strength typhoon Category 3 in the Pacific. It'd be great for demon voices and RPGs if nothing else. That's true. Typhoon Usagi. You can save configs on certain FX boxes. Yeah, this is probably bad weather. Typhoon Usagi has formed late in the year for such a powerful storm. Meteorologists credit this growing trend of awakened cold season typhoons to global warming and powerful magical vortices in the eastern Pacific, which appears to help drive moist air convective over cooler ocean waters. The newscaster looks down at her notes. According to the official release by Lansin Roki of the IJMA, Usagi is now identified as an awakened storm. Whoa, what does that mean? The typhoon is called Rabbit. Yes, I'm aware. We have observed strong lightning activity, electromagnetic anomalies, and extreme concentrations of awakened seabirds along its edges. Awakened storms exhibit anomalous physical and magical behavior. Many experts believe they show reactive intelligence and possibly even self-awareness, and will resist making landfall to prolong their lives, even holding position against prevailing winds. Study of these storms is inhibited by their extreme environmental conditions and astral turbulence. In physical strength, Usagi may peak as a violent typhoon, Category 5 on the Eastern Pacific scale, but will weaken substantially before making landfall. They're intelligent storms. They're like alive. That's so weird. Although Mariner lore is replete with tales of malicious storms, scientists have detected no provable animosity towards metahumans in the behavior of these
miracles of nature. Learn more on wild storms in the Pacific in this week's episode of Savage Nature with host Bertrand Madennecker. The Guangdong coast will likely have a long precursor battering with drenching rains but moderate winds as Usagi stalls offshore. Usagi is one of the more powerful storms of the season, but is not unusual. Usagi does not have super typhoon potential. This is going to be perfect. A long, soft hit by Usagi. Lots of electromagnetic interference. Security and cops all tied up. It's running season. Blood Meriden. Hope everyone's ready for a high operational tempo. Our fix is already scrambling for crews. Speculous. I heart storms. Hatch. Alright, verse smack. Oh no, it's another poetry slam. Come one, come all, and welcome to what could be very well be the last Shadowland Poetry Slam, Matrix Bard. There's something kind of sad about that. End of an era. Jivebert. In honor of Jivebert, I created an expert system that writes haikus. It'll take whatever's being said on the thread and turn it into a poem. Mind if I fire it up? Snozbert. Snozzy! You shouldn't have. Jivebert. What kind of poetry slam includes bots? This is lame. Now you're mad. Homage to Jivebert. The program stirs, churns out text. 3 lines mar the piece. Jivebot. That's brilliant. Now I can hang up my quill. Jivebert. I really don't buy that a bot can produce poetry like a living, breathing, feeling human being. Sorry, Tennyson. This is bullshit. Now you mad. Despair grips the poets. A machine crafting haikus. The Jivebot breaks free. Jivebot. Was that supposed to happen? Matrix Bard. The slam is now slammed. This program has broken loose. Pandemonium. Jivebot. Well, look on the bright side. How much damage can a runaway poetry bot do anyway? Jivebert. Dezo, thank you for hosting. Hello and welcome. You fucking people. Sysop. No more posts in this thread. In his best David Attenborough impression, see here, a young awakened typhoon. MadBro9, thanks for following. It will need to spend a long time overseas to grow, but the winds are strong. Only time will tell if it will be pushed towards the land prematurely. Thank you for the hydration reminder. I'm going to be taking a break in about 10 minutes because I'm almost out of water. And I still have like 2 hours of reading to go. The hunt continues. A short clip of a Trid News broadcast begins playing. And despite their efforts, no one has yet come forward. The government of Henan has denied all connection with the terrorist fugitives, even going so far as to state that the White Star organization no longer exists. There has been no word from the HKPF on the whereabouts of the fugitive terrorists. The mood on the streets is nervous. There's no telling when or where these terrorists will strike. For now, the Special Duties Unit of the HKPF remain on active alert, ready to respond at a moment's notice. This is Sunny Cheng with Horizon News, signing off. What a load of crap. How are they going to convince us a bunch of crazy terrorists got into the FEZ and just disappeared under their noses, huh? This would never happen if Lone Star was the sole police force here. Kopitar. Sure, because heavily armed terrorists never sneak into Lone Star cities like Chicago and Seattle, only to disappear and remain free to roam the streets after they engage in public gun battles. Heaven shot. There's no way Henan is connected to these people. If they really were White Star, they'd have struck already. Their entire modus operandi is suicide bombings and civilian casualties. If these people are hiding, they're probably on the wrong side of a setup. Liu, version 2.0, you're smart. Sure. Because everyone in the shadows is just some bleeding heart fighting for the Megas because they believe in fighting the Megas because they believe in freedom. Grow the hell up, Don Jang. No more posts in that thread. Searching for a tailor for some unusual custom work. Rat Star. I might know a guy. Is this for armor? Scorpion. Not exactly. It's a surprise birthday gift for a friend. A friend's drone. Actually, that's adorable. I love this already. Have a good night, Divine. Thank you so much for hanging out.
I drop bits and flee.
Thank you so much for dropping bits. Thank you for the 100 bits. Have a great night. What exactly do you want a tailor to make for the drone? Scorpion. A cat costume with soft little ears and paws. I love it. Oh, why is this so cute? Or better yet, a bear suit. Ooh, or a red samurai outfit. I even have a reference that I can provide. I wonder, part of me, this is really unlikely, but I feel like Rat Star is Gobbet. Okay. You got a fat stack of Nuyen? Because this is gonna cost. I'll find the Nuyen. Can you help me? This will be so worth it. Yeah, I'll hook you up. Part of me is just really feeling like that's Gobbet. And we're gonna find out that she dressed up Ractor's drone in a red samurai outfit. Can't get a flight to Seattle. Hey, I got a problem and I'm hoping one of you can help me with it. I just came out to the FEZ 2 weeks ago for work, and now that that job's wrapped, I've been trying to get an under-the-table flight to Seattle for the past week. Off the books, no passport control, that kind of thing. But no one's making the trip. What gives? Hangfire. Check the news feeds, man. Haven't you heard? The Seattle is on lockdown. Nothing's coming into or out of the city without a thorough search for at least another week. They caught some smugglers trying to move some really nasty stuff through a covert landing at Discovery Park. D-Ray. That seems a bit of an overreaction. Tons of awful stuff moves through Seattle every day. So what's so different about it this time? Hangfire. Not like this. You didn't hear from me, but I have some friends with the ICE. They say whatever it was, it set off the radiologic alarms of the Coast Guard ship that was sweeping the area. We're talking fissionable materials here, enriched and ready to go in a bomb. Underwatch. Dang. No way. I don't buy that for a second. More likely some corp had an accident with one of their ships and dumped some radiologic material, and they just don't want to admit it, so City Hall is covering their asses. Phaedra. Don't dismiss the news so lightly. The smugglers were carrying cargo for winter night. It's only pure luck the cargo was intercepted at all. At Dariel. Who the hell is Winter Night? Sounds like a goblin rock band. D-Ray. Not who. What? All you need to know is this. Winter Night is bad news. You cross them, they destroy your life. You ever run into any of them on a job? I suggest a solution that comes in 7.62 millimeter. A Dariel. No more posts. Hi there, just arrived in HK from CFS and want to meet some other runners from the Philippines. Salamat po! Quezon City Blues. Anyone? I make really good pancit. Well, why didn't you say so right away? Kumusta po kayo? Lots of former Hook families here. Peaches. Welcome. Hi. Ting Sanka. Me from Manila. I'm a Decker. You? Talaga. Kissy here. I'm a Decker too. Quezon City Blues. Pancit is fine and good, but can you also make dinuguan? PM me if you can. Makati Mike. Kamusta. Tita darling. Nice to meet you, QC Blues, Sammy boy. Hi there, Street Mage here. Might know some Pinoy runners looking for a new decker. Happy days. Welcome, welcome. Happy days. Smiley face. Aw, that's cute. Alright, this is probably a good point to take a break, and then we'll take a new job, I guess. So let's go ahead and save it. Alright, so we're going to take a break. I'm going to get some more water, and we'll be back in a few minutes. So everybody else, feel free to take a break. Get up, stretch your legs, get something to drink, get a snack, and we'll be back in just a few.
And we are back. Hopefully y'all had a nice break. Also, thanks, Harath. I'm also really happy with my new splash screen art. I say new. When did I remember when it came out. It's been here for a few months at least. I don't remember when I did it. Also, welcome back, Kulan. You feel that delicious water? I did. So let's go do a job. I also have some karma I could spend. I don't know what I want to spend it on though. Haven't been here in a long while though. Yeah, I know. I was just commenting when I said it's new. I know it's new to you. I don't remember how long ago I updated it though. But yeah, I'm really happy with how it came out also. So thank you for complimenting me. It kind of depends on what job we ended up taking. Because if it's going to be a more combat heavy one, I might improve my drone stuff. Or put some points into dodge might not be bad. Gotta go with the job that does crimes. Gummy bread. That's all of them. Oh, I've got some new messages. All right. Urgent task from Kindly Cheng. Little birds have been whispering in my ear about an urgent and high-paying run. Steel Arm Lou, a red pole, managed to get his hands on information concerning a prototype laser weapon in development by Ares Asia Holdings. For years, the Yellow Lotus and the Red Dragon have been locked in a cold war. Despite this, we remain evenly matched. Right, because she's one of those. Neither one of us can attack the other without being exposed to devastating reprisals. Lou wants to change this and he has a plan. Rather than strike directly, Lou intends to aim external forces at the Red Dragon, specifically Knight Errant. He intends to frame the white paper fan named Golden Fong, making it appear that the Red Dragons have been bribing Ares researchers for classified data. The two leading drone and energy weapon researchers have recently transferred from London to Hong Kong and are running the project. Doctors Taylor and Hardingham were respected in Europe, but in Hong Kong they remain unknown quantities. They're untrusted and therefore considered untrustworthy. Perfect targets, in other words. We will provide data that will make it look as though the researchers were contacted by Golden Fong and made quite a bit of money, but grew tired of the arrangement. Transfer the attached files to a data chip. The files are bundled with a worm program which will auto-execute when inserted into the appropriate systems. You need not bring a Decker, though one may be helpful. I always bring a Decker, Kindly Cheng.
You will need to plant data in the visitor record system, the camera system in Hardingham and Taylor's lab. Financial data is to be transferred to Dr. Taylor's personal terminal. That in and of itself will not be enough to ensure Knight Errant's involvement, however. Planting the data is only the first part of your task. This is where a heavier touch will be required. You will also need to steal the prototype laser weapon. There is a GPS tracking device attached to it, which Lug will plant deep in Red Dragon territory. The apparent theft of a prototype weapon by a disgruntled Triad member should convince Ares to dispatch overwhelming force against the Red Dragon, dealing them a vicious blow. As a note, Lug does not care what becomes of the laser weapon. If you wish to sell it or keep it, feel free. Interesting. I have also attached a map of your extraction route from the building. During the facility's expansion in 2052, Ares Asia was forced to extend their foundations deep into the island. They drove piles through the former site of the central MTR station, which partially collapsed during the Dalu Bay earthquake of 2044. Practically, this means that you can exit through the basement, directly onto a new MTR line through Central. With any luck, you can be gone without anyone knowing how. Unfortunately, this route is heavily alarmed, so you will be forced to go in the front door. If you can con the front desk, you should have no problems. The facility is both an office and a residence, so strange people coming and going at odd hours is not unusual. If you're not up to fast talk, however, be prepared to shoot your way in. Lou does not care if you are loud or quiet, but a word of caution. He came by all this information via the loose lips of one of the research team. Other fixers know of this job. Move fast and you are guaranteed success. But there are definitely other Shadowrunners with an eye on your prize. I'm going to take the run. Very well. Steel Arm Lou sends his regards and bids you good fortune and plentiful ammunition with the dramatic get. Don't die, Queen Bee. Our arrangement has been very profitable so far, and I would hate to lose that. A recording of Isabel pops up onto the screen. She stares into the camera, her eyes full of intensity. If you're watching this, you've decided to listen to my job offer. That is a good thing. I wasn't convinced that you would. Please no die, you make me money. Absolutely. Our target is a local Decker, a former Wampoan. In the Matrix, his handle is Rhombus. He has the software that we need. Unfortunately, he's unassailable from the Matrix, and nobody knows where he lives in meat space. But I know where he's going to be. There's an event coming up that Rhombus can't afford to miss. He might already be on his way there. As you're reading this message, Deckers from all over Asia, white hat, black hat alike, are converging on the Harbor Spires Hotel. This year's Harbor Spires is hosting DeckCon, Hong Kong's largest annual decking convention. Rhombus is going to be there, and that gives us an opportunity. We're going to hit the convention, find him in meat space, and get the software away from him, and we're going to do it quietly. Enclosed, you will find a copy of the plan that I've worked out for the run, presented in bullet point format. Everything should be fairly straightforward. Isabel's image winks off the screen, replaced by a blinking cursor. As you watch, the screen begins to fill with lines of simple instructions. Yo, it's DeckCon season already! DeckCon! Who's going to DeckCon this year? I will provide you and one other runner of your choice with visitor passes for the convention. I will proceed ahead of you using my own guest badge. I will hide in the woman's lavatory on the first floor. You will enter via the kitchen and procure me a uniform for the catering staff. Please be sure that the uniform is size 4. We will rendezvous, and I will change into the uniform, and using it, I will infiltrate the administrative wing on the 6th floor. You will proceed to the convention hall and await further instructions. Sorry, Stanny, one of my Twitch friends has been running a 100+ degree temperature for 2 days and I'm concerned for them, so I'm kind of half here. That makes total sense. You don't need to apologize to me. I hope that your friend's okay. I would also be concerned. I mean, I also am concerned and I don't know them. Obviously, there's not much that we can do over here, but if there's anything we can do, please let us know. Otherwise, I hope that your friend gets better soon. Using the admin computer, I will identify Rhombus via his guest registration form. Once I have done this, I will alert you via comlink. I will upgrade your badge to VIP status, granting you access to the VIP wing of the hotel. You will tell Rhombus that he has been granted VIP access and offer to escort him to the complimentary hotel room. You will escort him into the room that I designate and hold him there. I will check out of the Matrix and make my way from the admin wing to your room. We will intimidate Rhombus, beat the tar out of him until he gives us the software. We will tie and gag Rhombus and stuff him into a storage closet. We will not be gentle. It's okay if he starts crying. Actually, please prioritize this. I want to see tears. Software in tow. We will make our escape. Isabel, how did this boy hurt you? Is he your ex-boyfriend or something? I feel like there's something happening here. If crime helps you know where to find some. The glowing text fades and Isabel winks back onto the screen. See? It's a simple plan. Just like I said. We should be able to go through it without firing a shot. So, will you do it? Will you help me get the software I need? Yeah, we're gonna help Isabel. The pre-recorded footage of Isabel winks on the screen. A real-time feed of her Matrix avatar replaces it. Excellent. I knew that I could count on you. Saddle up, Queen Bee. This is gonna be fun. I'll read about the restaurant job later. We've got 2 jobs on the docket right now. Let's go do them. Yeah, we gotta help Isabel. Friends help friends. I like her character. I do too. Let's see. Do I have enough money to buy anything interesting? Where does it show my cash? Not really. Friends make sure friends get the right size cover uniform. Yep. Ooh, I have upgrades. Okay. Steel Spirit. Ooh. Stealing Spirit sounds real cool. Espionage. Augment ability mark targets. Integrated tactical computer marks weak points on an opponent's armor. Isabel's mark target ability now reduces target's armor by 1. Oh, that's right. She's got like a... Can she only use those in the Matrix though? I think let's go espionage. We still still haven't used your subdue ability, but let's go with that. Okay. So what's this? Shuriken or spit? If it's an ability, it's a meat space. Okay. Spitting infected saliva into the target's face. It ignores all armor and does 8 damage with an additional 4 damage for 2 rounds. You know what? He's real proud of being a samurai, and he's not really into being a ghoul. So let's go with that one. And then Raptor, I don't care because we never pick you. So, sure. Didn't even read his. I'm never going to pick him. So it doesn't matter. So I think we're going to do the Ares facility one first because, and it probably doesn't matter. I'm sure I can do these in any order, but it's basically, she said it was time sensitive, whereas this one is not super time sensitive by comparison. So we're going to try this one. Oh, as you move to board the train, your PDA buzzes. It's Roctor. Oh, his craggy face flickers onto the screen. My friend, there was something I would like to discuss with you. Something related to the Ares run that you recently accepted. Go on, I'm listening. You may recall my story about my former colleagues Taylor and Hardingham, the ones that stole my research. They work at that facility. If the auto repair circuits that they took from me still exist, they are there. I need you to bring me on the run to retrieve them. Maybe. We'll see. I really didn't want to take you. Oh gosh. Frickin' frick balls. I'm afraid that won't be good enough. I need your answer and I need it now. Remember, this is tremendously important to me. Perhaps the most important thing that there is. Fine, you can come. Thank you, my friend. I will be there directly. You will not regret this decision, I guarantee it. I'm already regretting it. Fine. Won't matter what ability we give him. I know, right? It's like a loyalty mission related to his story and not taking him miss his stuff, so they just kind of jam pack in there. Yeah, fair. It's fine. Gobbet, Duncan, or Gaichu? I'm leaning towards either Gaichu or Gobbet. Because we haven't played with Gaichu yet. It would be interesting to see how he works. Go with the new blood? Who be most at home against nerds? None of them. Yeah, I'm leaning towards Gaichu because he got a sword. And, he's got shurikens now, apparently.
His sword sucks, though. Like, it does 5 damage. It's a real good sword. It doesn't look like it. It's 5 damage compared to everything else. Bring Gobbet then. Most of his damage comes from stats. Oh. Because he's got 6 strength? Melee weapons are weird. I'm gonna try him. I'm gonna try him out. We don't need Gobbet on this run. And I've saved it so if it goes badly, I can just reload and start over. Because I haven't had Gobbet do any summoning. We don't have a healer though, so I'll have to keep that in mind. But maybe we won't need it. Who knows? Central Hong Kong spills out along Victoria Harbor, all glittering chrome and neon flash against the night's darkness. The skyscrapers are a jagged nest of mirrored knives thrust into the sky, rending the clouds as they ascend into the heavens. The Ares Asia Holdings complex squats menacingly over Charter Road, a steel and concrete tumor intertwined with nearby buildings in a web of sky bridges and shared parking structures. You make your way inside and ascend to the 5th floor, a public foyer that connects to this restricted area of the complex. As the elevator opens, you arrive in cold, dimly lit reception areas. Beyond it, your quarry awaits. All right. Lychee, thank you so much for hosting. Hello and welcome. How are you doing? Stop trying to make me spend my karma, game. Jeez. Yes, I'm here for the crimes. We're doing crimes. We're gonna be stealing stuff. You like Raptor mostly because his robot's cute, but we have our own cute robots. Look how many robots we have. Right now we're framing people for corporate espionage and stealing a laser weapon and also robot research. We need more, but then we don't get to have Gobbet. You can have some sort of robot army. I mean, we could just have an entire party full of riggers. Each with 2 robots. That'd be so many. So you are committing said crimes and not solving them. You've chosen the dark side. I didn't choose the dark side. The dark side chose me. It'd be very rigorous. Oof. But yeah, basically the premise of this game, if you haven't seen it, is that we are summoned to Hong Kong because our foster father wants to meet with us. And it turns out he's either been murdered or something bad has happened to him. Did not think you were like this, Mrs. Staney, but I like it. Nice. But yeah, he's been either captured or murdered or something, and the police have basically said, hey, y'all are terrorists, so we're gonna murder you too. Hooray! So, we have had to turn to a life of crime in order to survive and not get caught by the police. And also we're trying to find out what happened to our foster father. I still miss Carter. I miss Carter too. Carter was great. Exiting the
Exiting the Ares Asia Holdings elevator on the 5th floor of the skyscraper complex, an antiseptic odor of the mega corporation's offices assails your nostrils. Did you get a gift sub? You must have! Hooray! It's weird not having a mage in the group. It is weird. Though I say that, but when I played last time, I almost never took a mage. I don't think I took a mage. I think I was the mage. I was like half mage, half shaman. Or something. The immaculately detailed interior speaks volumes of the wealth and control the North American industrial giant has come to wield over the free enterprise zone. Rockter glances at his bracer, pulling up a page of notes on Ares Asia Holdings and scrolling through it. We're looking for a lib between floor 15 and 40. Everything below 15 is shopping and recreation, and the residential areas span 41 to 92. Need to be off soon? Have a fun stream? Thanks for hanging out, Harath. Good luck trashing the con. We will. We'll have so much fun. The auto repair circuit should be up there as well. I know Taylor and Hardingham. They'll keep it close to their main lab, so they can work on the project in their off hours. And they'll need specialized testing equipment, things you can't fit in an apartment, like even a big one. Excel, very good, I like, thank you. I also like accent, even though game says that I have lost accent for most part from leaving Russia, but these lies, I have very strong, sexy accent. Good, Rockter narrowed it down to 25 entire floors. So everything we're looking for will be near the main lab? Yes. Once we plant the altered visitor record data, we can find the lab's precise location. From there, everything we need should be nearby. Please talk to me like this forever. I'm gonna save it here. Because I have so much karma, and if I can't bluff my way past this dude, I'm just gonna spend more karma so I can. Welcome to Ares Asia Holdings, a division of Ares Macro Technology. How may I assist you today? At the sight of Gaichu, the receptionist recoils visibly, and his face grows ashen. Dear God, is that a ghoul with you? Yes, he is my bodyguard, and we kindly ask you not to fret about it. Are you enjoying this? Worth the buy? It's super fun. I didn't buy it, though. Fortunately, Gummy Red was kind enough to gift it to me. But yeah, if you like old school style RPGs, like if you played the original Shadowrun, Returns, or what else would you compare it to? But yeah, it's really good. It's got a good story. It's well put together. If you like cyberpunk and you like turn-based combat and you like RPGs, you're gonna have a good time with this. Been heading through Lost Ember again just to get more immersed. Nice. I added it to my wish list, but I haven't bought it yet. But I remember you talking about that. The original Fallout? Kind of. Mechanically, the gameplay is a lot like XCOM, but with story. Yeah, that's probably... It's like, if XCOM was an RPG, I buy that. The receptionist's eyes bulge in panic as he shrinks away from Rockler. Don't fret when you waltz in here with a goddamn cannibal in tow. Calm yourself. Not only is he my bodyguard, he is part of my research into the integration of drone hardware with living tissue. But that's... Roctor draws himself up straight, puffing his chest out as he raises his voice. I am Dr. Ractor, formerly employed by Grisham Aviacorps. I was the director of drone development for over 10 years, and the ghoul and drone you see are part of my latest project. He looks unsure of himself. You can see his eyes flit to a conspicuous panic button mounted on the side of his desk, but he doesn't move. You aren't on the guest list. Ractor plows on, his booming voice cutting the secretary's question in half. It's a fully autonomous... Why can't I word? It is fully autonomous quadrupedal defense and attack drone with integrated fire direction, data management, adaptive auto parsing, and modular weapons integration. This drone redefines bleeding edge. What's more, it has adaptive experience registry subprogram. To wit, it learns. I'm glad y'all are enjoying this terrible voice. Think you'd enjoy it a lot and maybe cry at the end? Probably. The secretary blinks a few times, his eyes glazed over by Roctor's barrage of technobabble. Yes, I see. That's a lot of interesting information. What should I put down on the arrival sheet then? Ractor regards the receptionist coldly and curls one corner of his mouth into a sneer. Put down that I am here to make sales pitch. If there is any company in this world with an interest in cutting-edge combat drones, it should be Ares Macro Technology. I have full report on field and stress tests, part time to failure and combat efficacy. And I do not like being delayed. The secretary quickly went from panic to, oh no, it's a nerd. It's even worse than a ghoul. It's a nerd. Very well. Have a pleasant evening, Doctor. Please stay on this floor until your escort from the Drone Research Division arrives. Okay. I'll just go for a wander, shall I? Ooh. Well, there's literally nothing else I could do with that, so may as well go and save it. Oblivion Blast. Hello, welcome. Some kind elf also. Hello, welcome. Here through Lychee. Thank you so much for hanging out. Leech is also here through Lychee. I am a kind elf, but it's kinda. Oh, did I misspeak? Sorry. This vent could fit a drone through that. Absent, there's not much you can do with it. Send a drone in! Activate a drone to send them in. Alright, here, Roctor, you can risk your drone. Go shit, go in. It's so hot, I'm sorry to hear that. We've actually got a heat advisory today. He was chilling with us in stream, but said he was popping over to you after, so I thought I'd check you out. Well, thank you. I think I've recognized you from hanging out in some Mochi streams. I thought so. I thought I recognized your name. This is Shadowrun Hong Kong. It is the third in the series of these Shadowrun games. Basically, they are tactical combat RPGs and cyberpunk. My window unit's actually having trouble keeping up with the heat. Oh gosh. Sorry to hear that. This power conduit is labeled Elevator Control and Power. A series of tangled cables and wires weave in and out of the junction box, as if it's been patched and repairs made many times. A note is taped to the side of the box. Future crime time, yeah! Basically, we're in a cyberpunk future. I'm playing a character that makes, controls and repairs drones. And, we're doing crimes. Came from Mixer 2 weeks ago, so we're just meeting all you Twitch folks. I see. Sorry to hear what happened with Mixer, by the way. That's gotta be rough, just learning through Twitter. Oh, by the way, we're shutting down, join Facebook. Bye! Like, that's gotta suck. But welcome to Twitch. Tough Critical, thanks for following. You were nearly partner. Oh gosh, that sucks. That's really rough. Everyone below partner was just left in the dirt. That's pretty shit. I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I hope at least some of your viewers have followed you over. Beers. Well, cheers to you. Many of them, glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that. Oh, some kind of elf. Thank you also for following. This or FB, I think I'll take this any day. I was talking to Biz about it, actually. And he was saying that their, streaming platform actually has some good things about it. Like, Facebook itself has a lot of stigma attached to it, but apparently everyone at least gets trans codes. And I'm like, well, I would like that. Alright, what's the note on the box? For God's sake, don't touch anything in here without contacting me first. This box is the most temperamental piece of crap I've ever worked with. If anything gets unplugged, the elevator system will go down and take the security card readers with it. Oh, is that so? I would never do it to the elves because they have to show their names. Oof. Yeah, that's not cool. Yeah, and also, I'm pretty sure, like, you have to sign up with your actual name to be a part of, like, the Facebook gaming, because you have to, like, have some sort of, like, authentication on your account. Ugh, that's not cool. A safe space? Yeah. I don't want people showing their real names here either. I mean, if anyone even starts talking about real life stuff, I kind of tell them to watch it. Because, I mean... don't be throwing your personal details around because you don't know who's listening. Professor Elf, thanks for following. Popped you on my self promo. Hopefully some elves drop by. Thank you. That's really kind of you. Why did we spend all that million on improving security if everyone has to take the stairs? Lee. Zone controls, thank you for following as well. Be on the lookout for elves. I think I'm seeing some. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you all so much for following. If y'all don't know who I am, and it seems like you don't because y'all are new here, I am Astani. I am a variety streamer and art streamer. Today, we are checking out Shadowrun Hong Kong, where we are in a cyberpunk future, and we're playing Shadowrunners / criminals. The drone could fairly easily rip out some of these cables, rendering the elevator and employee ID card readers inoperable until repaired. Yeah, let's do it. The drone tears out several of the elevator power and control cables, and a number of the diagnostic lights begin flashing red. Looks like you're going to be taking the stairs for the time being. That's fine. Oh, who are you? Sure, taking the stairs is part of the plan. I mean, it is now. Oh, there's like a boardroom there. I'm just looking at everything. Mrs. Kinda Elf, thank you for following. The computer appears to have an open port for a cyber deck. Isabel, do it. I have no idea what's going on, but it looks fun. It's fun. How to explain what is even happening? It's like the marriage of XCOM and an RPG. Good to meet you. Good to meet you too. Gonna move to mobile because I'm falling asleep since I won't make it to the end without the VOD. Have a good night, gummy bread. I hope you sleep well. So yeah, we're in, I don't even remember what year it is. It's like 2067 or something like that. Elflurk, thanks for following. Robot Elf, thank you for following as well. This is pretty cool. I'm gonna drink. Thanks, Elflurk. Where's my phone buzzing? Got a text. Just responded to it real quick. Only fell asleep for 30 minutes. Where did the time go? The benefit of moving was mixer people got elf names. Cute. So yeah, it's like in the near future. It was very cyberpunk. People have like cybernetic implants and augments and all that kind of stuff. And it's a dystopian future where the government tracks everything you do. Wait, did we say future? So anyway, basically, corporations act with like the same sort of authority as governments. And everyone is tracked by an ID number. If you don't have an ID number, you're a criminal because you're not in the system. I'm trying to figure out where's a good place to go. It looks like if I get to maybe here. Yeah, there's a safe spot. Oh no! It's fine, just keep going. Sounds very 1974-esque. How do you get into voice acting? Would love to try it out. I don't do much of it, honestly. I have a friend who does audio stuff and has needed voice acting stuff for some things. So most of the stuff I've done through him. And then I've also gotten a couple of roles from a site called castingcall.club. So you could look into that and like audition for stuff. I don't really see a good safe spot, unfortunately. It looks like I would have a clear route through there if I hadn't waited for like all these dudes to come back. Do you know much George Orwell? A little. I keep getting caught. Oh, it's just for the elevator override control? I don't need that. I've already wrecked it. Animal Farm and 1974 are great sense of perspective novels. I guess there's another thing over here we can still check out, and there's probably an exit over here too. Oh, I was not expecting to get caught. Let's just get out of here. Bye. Alright, what's here? I don't really see anything. So I'm not quite sure where I'm going to. Honestly, it might just be easier to just deck out. That's incredible, thank you! That's kind of you to say. Where the heck am I even going? It looks like... I wish I could pause this. I think I'm gonna go this way. It looks like there's less things to get me. Gas valve control. I guess I need to get there. There are a few elf pieces and a lot of magic centered, very elfy. I love it. Nice. I like elves. Usually, in fantasy games, I play elf-related things. Is this spot safe? I can't tell. Let's see when this guy goes by. No, it's not. Not entirely. I'm just trying to find the next safe place to move. Think we will get on then? Very good. It doesn't look like there is a safe space. Ooh, actually right here might be okay. Oh gosh. Go back. Can leave you in a tab while I get some stuff sorted. Okay, have a good lurk, some kind of elf. And thank you again so much for stopping by, for following, and for advertising me to your followers. That's, again, really kind of you. I need to figure out how the heck I'm getting through here. Alright, let's move now. Well, I got more trace. I want to move here. Alright, I can't do anything with that, unfortunately. Thank Leechy. Alright, well thank you also, Leech, for speaking so highly of me. Let's create a shield program, I guess. I don't understand how I use this. What am I supposed to click on? Isabel? Okay, I use it on Isabel. There we go. Jeez, that was complicated. Okay, we've lowered our trace back down to a usable level. And we can hack into the valve control. I don't know why we need to hack into the gas valve control, but we're gonna do it because it's here. Alright. Ooh, I feel like we do not have a lot of time. So good luck to us. 9939. Oops. Shit. Okay, it starts in M. No, there's M in this slot and at the end. It's, okay, we got 2 M's, maybe? Or does it start with M and end in M? I don't think this is right. I think it's this one? Nope. Shoot. I'm gonna try it again. Man, I forgot that doing this adds more time, and we did not have a lot of time for this. So let's just keep doing this. All right, let's do it. All right, it starts with this guy. There's also one of these in the middle. It has a clock in the end. So it's like this,
Is it this guy? Yeah. Subsystem is currently offline. Appears to be a one-way off switch for a gas system. So I don't think I needed that either. What the heck is this? This is like nothing. I feel like this hacking thing's completely pointless. Okay, we're still okay. I have a feeling I don't need to do this, but we're gonna do it. So anyway. Alright, it starts with one of these. There's two M's in it. It's a clock in the middle. Alright, so it starts with one of these. I think it ends with one of these. Hold on. Yeah, it starts and ends with one of these. It's got M's in it and a clock in the middle. It's probably this one. Let me guess, it's also offline. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did not have to go through here. This was just if I didn't have a rigger to basically trash all the controls, I probably would have had to go through here, which means this is all pretty pointless. And I'm pretty sure I can't move by them, so that's great. Oh, and I literally can't move. Because of the tar. Because I hit myself with tar. Well, this is bad. Okay, that could have been worse. Yeah, I really feel... Oh, but there's a secure data store in here. Oh, but she's like almost dead. And I already fired off... Oh, no, wait. I think I still have these. Yeah, we'll execute an assassin. We'll get a shield. Shield guy will shield the assassin. And then she is going to run away. I think I'm just gonna leave her there. No! Alright, I'm gonna have to load. It looks like there might be some pay data in there that I do want to get. I just need to make sure I avoid everything else that's completely redundant. It would be much easier. Oh, from all the way back here. Well then, fine. Alright, Roctor. Send in Koshi. All right.
Alright, we're gonna save it here so we don't have to run through and do that again. Now let's do a new save just in case I decide I want to tackle this from another angle, which I probably won't, but at least it's an option. Alright, Isabel, this time you're gonna go through here and then go south. Oh! I thought she didn't have line of sight there. Oh well. And now she's locked in, so let's execute this assassin program. Actually, do I need to? Hold on. I missed! I'm loading. I miscalculated, and I'm not okay with that. So how y'all doing? Nothing to see here. We didn't mulligan. We're fine. Ooh, when combat ends, each character's most recent wound is automatically healed. That's kind of cool. Alright, Isabel. Let's try this a third time. Yeah, it looks like... Ooh! Stay back. It looks like every square is eventually covered by something, which kind of makes sense, given that this is a pretty high security facility. There we go, made it. Whew. So now we need to go this way. Made it! Okay, that was pretty straightforward. Was not as bad. Alright, time to summon programs! Easy. It's going much better this time. Alright. Now, I gotta figure out how to get through here. Oh, that's right, there's these boys. Oh, and he crit me. Shenanigans. Alright, more programs. Alright, so we're gonna shield our friendo.
And you... I was thinking I could attack these things, but I think they're technically not enemies right now. Oh, come on! The missing is very annoying. Alright, we're gonna have Isabel move out. She's got Tar Blaster, which she's gonna put here. It'll affect both those boys. And then she's gonna run back into cover. FGC, thank you for following. Hello and welcome. Alright, I think if I just kill this thing, then it unsummons my programs, and I should be free to get into the data store. Yeah. I could just force it, but I want to try doing the hacks, because the hacks are real fun. Oh, look at your cute penguin pride motes. I love the pride motes this year. They're so cute. Alright, I gotta focus on hacking. Probably enough. Let's give it a try. Okay. So immediately I'm drawn to this one. So it's got this in that position with an M next to it. It's got this, an upside down M. That's wrong. It's got to have this here. So it's got to have this. But it's got to start with these. Is it this guy? That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. No, it needs an M. So it needs to look like this. Is it this one? No, it needs to end with a clock. Got it wrong. Shoot. Let's try it again. Maybe it'll give us more time this time. No, let's just go. Okay. So it ends in one of these. There's an upside down M in this position. It starts with an M. So let's see. This one's wrong. This one's wrong. This one's wrong. This one's wrong. It goes MM. It looks like. Does it go MM? Is it this one? Yep. Yeah, give me that research pay data. Well, it saw me. That's okay. I'm just gonna get out of here. Bye. I'm also just gonna get out of here. Bye. It literally doesn't matter if I get traced because I can just run out of here. I'm still gonna try not to get traced. But it's kind of nice to know that it doesn't actually matter. Did it! Jeez, that was tricky. Let's save it so I don't have to do that again. Time to snoop! Can I not? Why? Let me snoop. This office computer doesn't appear to be fully locked. It rests on an info page about Ares Asia Holdings. With a little finesse, a Decker could probably get into the user's secured email. Isabel, do it. Isabel rattles out a few lines of code, and the machine beeps softly.
You know, I'd expect Ares employees to be more careful with data security, but I guess nobody's perfect.
From inside the machine's secure storage, you can access recent email and recent project updates. Let's read their email. Most of the email is boring. Lunch plans, updates on hardware requests, complaints about office lighting, and things of that nature. One thread catches your eye, though. I don't know why you're having such difficulty understanding our matrix upgrades, Chung. I've given you the bypass codes for the blocker ice at least 3 times already. Shit. Maybe you should write them down or something. Anyway, here they are again. These codes should allow you to bypass the blocker ice in our secure data store. And also for security scheduling. Great. I love how this game gave us a rewind feature to solve the problems of making a billion saves. This game has a rewind feature? If it does, it's not something that the game has taught me to use. Don't sass me, Corporal. I wouldn't be in this situation if you hadn't been promising the Matrix upgrades would be complete next week for the past 6 months. After 4 months of waiting, I stopped thinking about it. Now every time I make a pull request from our depot, the damn ice gets in my persona's face and demands another set of passcodes. Thank you for the bypass codes, though. I'll write them on the back of my hand or something. Dr. Chung. Any save game has auto-save points in it, so they can be rewinded to an earlier point, but no one uses it. I had no idea. I couldn't figure out how to access autosaves. Let's browse project updates. Most of this employee's records involve construction projects in and around Hong Kong, but one project, referred to only as number 2231, stands out. Dr. Chung, I'm concerned about the amount of resources you've requested to pursue Project 2231, particularly because we are Ares Asia Holdings, not Ares America. 2231 is an Ares America project, not one of ours. What explanation can you offer for this request? How can it be justified? Director Hui, Ares Asia Finance. I understand your concerns, Director, but you should be aware that all divisions of Ares Macro Technology have been ordered to support Project 2231 where possible. Dr. Taylor and Dr. Hardingham are particularly interested in testing their prototype in support of Project 2231. I am simply requesting enough manpower to find suitable subjects to test the prototype against. Dr. Chung.
The risk involved in local research is unacceptable at this time. This is the entire reason the bulk of 2231's related research takes place at Complex 68G, and why 68G is in the middle of a frozen tundra. I would be willing to divert additional engineers for Taylor and Hardingham's project if they would be willing to create another prototype with the intent of shipping it to Complex 68G, Director Hui. I'll talk to them about it, Director. If you think it's not possible any other way, I'll impress that upon them. Alright then. I guess let's look at the information on Ares Asia Holdings. The contents of the page consist primarily of marketing jargon, smiling corporate citizens, and a lot of information about the relatively recent incorporation of Ares Asia Holdings. Unfortunately, there is very little here, unless you have an interest in stock photographs and corporate jingoism. So I think these are the elevators, which are probably non-functional. I'm still compelled to save. Just always save. Save it for days. Sorry, ma'am, but the elevator system is experiencing a temporary interruption of service. Until they're back up, I'm afraid you're going to have to use the stairs. All right, then. Let's go to this. I'm moving. Let's use the stairs. If it'll let me. Please let me use stairs, please. Stairs. How I stairs? Won't let me stairs. Why can't I click on the stairs? I missed something? Am I supposed to do something first? Do I have to find the research lab first? But I don't think there's anything else to interact with, is there? So I've been through here. There wasn't anything worth getting except for the pay data. I've searched the computer. There wasn't anything there either. Maybe I have to go through whatever this is first? I have to go through whatever this is first. Okay. This is a public matrix terminal for guests and visitors. Its primary functions appear to be directory and news services, as well as basic email. This is also the perfect terminal for you to upload faked visitor records. Welcome to Ares Asia Holdings. Please note, all activity on public terminals is logged and recorded for security purposes. Please state your query. Let's alter visitor records. You slip the data chip into a port in the public terminal and let the worm go to work. After several seconds, the chip flashes green. Now, Ares Asia Holdings records show that Golden Fung has visited on several occasions in the past. Let's search for Dr. Taylor and Dr. Hardingham. Floor 27. Transferred to Hong Kong offices of Ares Asia Holdings from his previous post in London with Ares Europe. Dr. Taylor's research focused primarily on drone weapons technology, although previous work has centered on cryogenics technology and the impact of the Matrix on social structures and human development. Taylor is joint chair of the Ares Asia Drone Research Laboratories with Dr. Ian Hardingham. Current projects include expansion of the Hangzhou Bay Tidal Power System, a proposal to expand the Hong Kong MTR maintenance program, and further research into machine learning. Same floor. He was also in London, advanced degrees in weapon design, mechanical engineering, and holds several patents in the field of artificial intelligence research. As joint chair, his duties are primarily related to the research and development of new artificial intelligence solutions that will keep Ares Macrotech competitive with this rapidly changing world. Specifics of drone research laboratories is classified. Previous efforts have been centered around self-repairing machinery, robotic game theory, and collective machine learning. Alright, we're done with that. Anything else in here? Nope, just some dude. Alright, now we can go to floor 27. Now we can use those stairs. Oops. Excellent, Queenbee. We have arrived. Ractor straightens himself up, smoothing out the front of his jacket. We should make certain to find the auto repair prototype while we are here. I'm sure it'll be around here somewhere. Good. Then it won't be too much work to pick it up on our way. Thank you very much for this assistance. Alright, let's carry on. Ares Asia Directed Energy Weapons Laboratory Annex, Odvium Invenium aut Facium. Please direct your query. Search for auto repair project. Attention, all information contained in here is considered secret or con. Duplication of files is forbidden. Authorized eyes only. Select file. Desert Wars field testing. Congratulations, everyone. Ares Europe's given us the go-ahead on entering the Griffin drone prototypes into this season of Desert Wars. Between the auto repair circuitry, the MP laser prototypes, and the self-organizing threat assessment programs, I think we've got a great chance at being one of the standout stars this season. Obviously, we have a lot of work to do between now and the kickoff event, so I'm expecting plenty of crunch time. I know each and every one of you wants this as much as I do. It's hard for me to express how proud I am of this team and all the hard work you've put in over the past year. If we can pull this off, we're positioned to be one of the biggest teams in security drone hardware in the past 10 years. If we buckle down and put the hours required, I know we can do it. Glenn Levitt to my office. Come get some. Dr. Taylor. Ractor grunts softly. When he speaks, he sounds almost sad. Taylor, how far you've fallen. When we worked together, he'd have never written this kind of limp corporate missive. We all cared enough about our work that we never had to motivate the team like this. He's become a management tool of Ares macro tech. I doubt there's much left of the passionate young researcher I know. You sound sad. I am. The Dr. Taylor I know was ready to work out of the basement, the garage, even an ice cave when we got snowed on outside of Novosibirsk. During field tests, this new one, he gave up everything that made his independent work valuable. Tied down by inflexible budgets, deadlines, and the arbitrary constraints of a bloated marketing department? Of course I am sad. His attention is confined by meaningless process. By the world, and the world is poorer for it. Enter query. Self-organization subroutine bugs. Let's read this. Hey Ian, I've been encountering a worrying bug in the latest multi-drone mesh network tests. After checking on it, I'm pretty sure it originates in the self-organization subroutines. When the Griffin drones go into self-diagnostic mode and start sharing their telemetry, after field activity, they stop responding to external commands. Even kicking the debugger over to admin mode won't stop them. It looks like they're not responding to outside commands because they're identifying activity orders as non-critical in comparison to their attempts to share and learn from each other's telemetry. It's downright spooky. They tried to push me out of the room during one of the tests because one started firing on the on-share cleanup base camp function and the rest pick up on it. They identified me as an object to be removed from their secure space, and the worst part is that the trigger condition was me trying to shut down the mesh network. I don't know, Ian. I don't like the idea of drones making value judgments about administrator orders. I'd like to strip out the self-organization code for future tests until I can debug it. I understand we're trying to play catch-up with Renraku on the pseudo-intelligence front, but the fallout of this bug spreads could be pretty catastrophic. Dr. Yan. Wait on the next test. Just a heads up to the team. Hold on further self-organization tests until you get an all clear from me, Taylor, or Yan. There's a bug where the drone network refuses external orders while they're pursuing their self-generated directives, data sharing, learning, battle examination, etc. It's nothing critical, but it's going to make debugging other systems a pain in the ass until we get it sorted out. General tests are still a go. Dr. Taylor. 10 to 1 they're still using my old code. Sounds like the same kind of bug I encountered during my early tests in Moscow. Ractor runs a hand through his hair, squinting at the computer screen from over your shoulder. The problem is they're trying to give orders to the drones while the drones have prioritized their own desires over the end user. They'll never respond so long as they're in group reflection mode. You're still working off your code? How long ago was that? 6 years. I spent most of it in Berlin running with a hell of a street samurai. I got out before she did, before the flux state went under. No idea if Lucky Strike got out or not, but I expect she did. I was never the best programmer of the team, but after my accident I went back to my old self-organization code to revise it. The new perspective helped, honestly. The deeper I got into data sharing and self-development code, the more I came to realize that it was impossible to build a truly independent drone, a system as simple as weighting order priority. Checking from A to B to C is functional, but inelegant. My solution was to create a system of interlocking desires and motivations that shift and change over time. The only overriding principle is that both Koji and I must work together to solve problems. That's a novel approach. It is why it works so well. If you increase independence, so too is danger increased. If Koji determined the best method of preserving my life was to shoot me in the leg, it would do so. And I would likely allow it to happen. Kochi's senses and analytical capabilities are superior to my own, at least in terms of battlefield threat assessment. Let's read recent messages. Olympics canceled? Can't stinking believe it, Jung. After spending all that time and money tracking down tickets to the 2060 Neo-Tokyo Olympics, the OIC's canceled them entirely. Some crap about not having enough participants. I guess a ton of countries pulled out in protest over Japan's treatment of metahumans and the way they've handled the holdings in California. I mean, yeah, I'm all for equality, but the Olympics? That's about brotherly love, the spirit of cooperation, the unity of mankind. I can't imagine anyone using them for such transparently political purposes. It breaks my heart. Dr. Ishiguro. And Zia, can you put those reports on my desk? I was hoping to take a look at your power output test data sometime soon. I'm going to be in and out of the office all day, so just let yourself in and put them on my desk. The code is 98144, Dr. Taylor. 98144. I will try to remember that. This is why we read everything. Safe status locked. There's a small keycard slot on the side of the safe. A red light glows softly next to it, indicating the safe is still locked. Alright then. I've already forgotten the code. I think it was 98144, but we'll see. We'll find out. This server cluster handles the local records and systems for floor 27. Undoubtedly the building-wide system backup for this data, but anything occurring here will be fed into the larger Ares Asia servers. Makes it a perfect place to upload the faked camera footage. A few moments later, the chip flashes a green light indicating the camera records on floor 27 will now show footage of Golden Fong meeting with Dr. Taylor and Hardingham. I don't know if there's anything we need for the jack point.
May as well have Isabel take a look. Okay. We have gas valve controls. Oh, it's just the other side of this. I don't know if I need those yet, so I'm just gonna have her leave until I see a reason to use them. I've already forgotten. It's something 144. Mission items. 98144. There's a barely audible click and the door unlocks. User Dr. Taylor P. Aries Asia Holdings wishes you a productive day. Project records. Redline prototype directory active. Authorized users only. Remember, security is everyone's business. Enter query. Briefing. Attention, Aries Asia Holdings employee and residents. Last week, Knight Errant officers responsible for the security of this facility received several reports of suspicious activity in the public area of the building. At 13:31 last Tuesday, security footage shows a troll approximately 20 to 28 years of age entering the public mezzanine areas of the building. The subject was seen attempting to gain access to restricted areas. The subject exited the facility before Knight Errant could intercept and question him. Reports from Ares citizenry, indicates the subject was asking about research labs working on directed energy weapons, probably another Shadowrunner then. Several hours later, the subject was seen re-entering the building from a side entrance wearing a custodial uniform. Knight Errant guards attempted to detain the subject, but during their arrest attempt, both guards were severely injured. Any employee or resident should contact security immediately if they see this troll. Do not attempt to detain him or interact with him in any way. The subject is considered highly dangerous. Well, that's a problem. There's a note attached from Knight Errant Security. Dr. Taylor, it's come to our attention that you have not been treating this threat with the seriousness we believe it deserves. Please remember that the safety of your person and your research is not solely your concern. A strike against you is a strike against all of Ares macro technology. When engaging in off-site entertainment from now on, we would request that you travel with a group. Thank you. Emitter aperture refinement. I've had to change the emitter and focusing array on our latest MP4, I guess? Yeah. Redline prototype. Prior to this, we were using the same same emitter array as the MP Laser 3. Yeah, they're definitely Roman numerals. I wasn't sure if it was IV or if it was 4. Since it's a proven design. Unfortunately, that array is too large to continue using at this point, and the legacy software that we need to update. The largest problem is that the outer lens is 3 millimeters too large for our new housing. In light of that, I've commissioned 20 new focusing arrays. They're being manufactured in Detroit, but should arrive next week at the latest. The fabrication technique is the same type that we acquired from Zeiss last year. It should give us superior beam coherence and even in high dust and fog situations. Taylor, prior emitter research. Let's just read everything. Personal notes on MP Laser 1 research. I've been going back through the files from Ares Arms research on the original MP Laser. A lot of the work was done by one Dr. Elliot Mills Fargo. Unfortunately, Mills Fargo is dead. From what I can gather, his son killed him during a drunken argument. What's curious is that most of the research files have been heavily redacted. It's all very curious. It's almost as if Ares Arms doesn't want anyone to know anything about the initial research. It's very curious, yeah, you've said that 3 times now, given that we're all supposed to be working towards the same thing, aren't we? From what we can gather, Mills Fargo had a radically different design philosophy than Hardingham and I. Most of Mills Fargo's notes indicate he was primarily interested in purely vector soliton fiber lasers, rather than our own dye-doped matrix technology.
From what I understand, that's also the basis for Winter's system's own attempts at a man-portable laser solution. I can't find any evidence on how they would have developed the technology without access to Mills Fargo's work, though. Curious, yes, you've said that 4 times now. Let's read your emails. You killjoy. Hardingham, I cannot believe you. Did you tattle on me tonight, errant, saying I'd blown off the security brief and ran to go drink alone? Shh! I'm a senior researcher, not a bloody prisoner. If I decide to go have a drink on my own, that's my business. Besides, Central and Admiralty are both crawling with police at any hour. They're AAA secure, for God's sake. Taylor. Pup time! Listen, H, I really do hear what you're saying about security, and I promise I'm not taking it lightly. I was thinking we could hit up the pawn after the meeting tomorrow. I've got 8 or so takers from the lab, and Knight Errant promised to loan us a low-profile bodyguard to make sure nothing goes awry. How's that sound to you, Taylor? Door code. They changed your door code while you were out on vacation. The chips got a little fried when someone forgot to close the shutters in the laser lab when we were testing the new emitters. It is 23847. And then Project 2231. H. One of the researchers downstairs hit me up in a meeting about supporting something called Project 2231. It's headquartered in the Algonquin Manitou Council, some godforsaken black site called Complex 68G. I guess it has something to do with that debacle in Chicago? Research into cleaning up the CEZ and whatnot. I thought it'd be nice if we could give them a hand. Just lend them a prototype or the specs and let them test out the laser there. Taylor. Alright. Upload financial data. After a few moments, the data chip light flashes green, indicating the data has been uploaded. Okay. So I still need to find a key fob for the safe. There's a door there. Do I have his code? I do. 23847. Alright, let's check his records. Red line. Blah, blah, blah. Security's everyone's business. Who cares? Power output. Preliminary reports aren't good. We can miniaturize the aperture and emission array from the MP Laser 3, and it's definitely possible to get down to a handheld side, but that's never been a problem. Energy density is the core concern. Our batteries just aren't up to snuff if we shrink them down to a pistol size. Without the MP Laser 3's battery pack, we'll be lucky if we ever find a way to break 6 or 7 shots. It's a terrible problem, and one the boys over in Material Sciences have been dragging their feet on. I've been checking into using some of the new dual-phase batteries, but the cost seems prohibitive. I've made a note to Director Hui, asking if we could get some help from Ares Arms Europe. The Fire Lance research team made a great deal of headway using staged graphene capacitors. Maybe there's something we could learn from them. Hardingham. Security briefing. It's the same one. Let's look at the note. Dr. Hardingham, it is our belief that the troll we recorded is interested in the research you and Dr. Taylor are undertaking. As such, we will be providing extra security for your off-site team-building exercise. Please be extremely careful when not within the facility. Your research and person are under threat at the moment. Drone integration. Things proceed apace. Assuming a standard medium drone like the Inquisitor or Rover 9230 models, the drone provides sufficient power to enable the prototype effectively unlimited bursts, though there's a 30-second charge time if the capacitors are drained rapidly. The small size of the emitter lens also means that the prototype can be mounted modularly or internally as the platform dictates. For smaller drone sizes, the output is more restricted but still valuable. Charge times increase to between 2 and 5 minutes, assuming standard battery power. This does unfortunately reduce the drone's loiter time. Each shot reduces the loiter time by approximately 2.5 minutes. More than enough for a sustained engagement, but something we'll want to keep an eye on. I believe we can increase the efficiency of these cases by including a supercooling medium, liquid nitrogen or the like, to reduce the heat pump's draw from the power systems. Maybe something like we worked out for the Sentinel P-Series berths. Dr. Hardingham. Let's read your emails! What did you say in response? Taylor, I don't think you're taking this security breach seriously enough. A bloody troll tried to waltz into the building not just once but twice. He beat up some of the bully boys downstairs, and he's definitely after our work. And you want to waltz off to a pub like nothing's happened? At least go in a group, man. Hardingham. Cheating bastard. Listen, I don't know how you managed to beat me in the last game, but I know you're cheating. All the data checks out, but I can't believe your aim's suddenly gotten so much better than mine. When I find out what hack you cooked up, you're going to owe me 50 new yen. Either that or your characters are all going to be wearing bright green lime costumes from now on. Hardingham. Oh. Vent 3 blocker ice code. Dr. Taylor, we appreciate your concern about the threat neutralization system leaking from your office air vent. Your safety and the safety of the lab are our topmost priorities. Until we can get maintenance to inspect the valve, you can access the security control for Vent 3 via the Matrix. The blocker ice code is Cortex Freeze, basically. Should any further leaks occur, please contact us again. And pub time. Okay, Taylor, if you've gotten 8 people and a bodyguard together for a pint or two after we have our meeting, I'm game. Sorry about being so testy earlier. I just don't relish the idea of being beaten to a bloody pulp by some trog with an interest in my research. Oof. Alright, so that's where we'd come out if we had taken the elevator, I assume. So I think we have to go through this door. This one's locked and there doesn't seem to be any access in there. I'm gonna save it again. I don't think there's anything I can do in the Matrix at this point, but just in case I miss something. Hey, who the hell are you? I don't recognize you. Which means you sure as hell don't work on this floor. What's your business here? Sorry, I'm lost. How do I get to Matrix Security? Ah, okay, that's on floor 37. This is 27. Just head back out, and when you go to floor 37, turn left at the first hallway. You can't miss it. I catch you back on this floor, though, and I'm raising the alarm. How do I deal with this guy? Ooh, there's shutter controls. I missed those. Laser laboratory shutter controls. Shutters must be closed during energy emittance testing. Failure to close shutters is grounds for immediate disciplinary action. The shutter controls are currently also closing the security room shutters. I've talked to maintenance about it and they haven't had a chance to fix it yet, so bear in mind when you close the shutters for laser testing, security cannot respond as the side door auto locks. Make sure nobody goes in or out of the main lab while the shutters are down. Yeah. Oops. There we go. Now we can get into the lab. Beautiful.
Uh-oh.
The stillness of the Ares laboratory is suddenly rent by the unmistakable sound of an explosion. The floor trembles beneath your feet, and dust falls from the ceiling tiles. As the echoes of the blast recede around you, the distinctive smell of atomized concrete and scorched carpeting wafts through the vents. Proctor busily taps out some commands on his arm bracer. Koshi whirs and flexes its legs beside him. I'm sensing a lot of radio traffic. Whatever that blast was, Ares wasn't expecting it. I think we're about to run face first into another runner, Team Queen Bee.
Shit.
Isabel shakes her head, balling up her fists.
If it's not one thing, it's another. We never catch a damn break.
It's not as bad as all that. If they're setting off bombs, Knight Errant forces in the building will be more concerned with them than they are with us. Stay behind me, and I will protect you. With an explosion like that, our window just got a lot shorter. I expect the window may now be closed, and we're gonna have to break a hole in a proverbial wall in order to get out. We should get to it. Well, there they are. The combatants in the next room are quite obviously Shadowrunners. Their gear is mismatched. They wear no uniforms, and a mixture of technical gear and heavy armor indicates they're prepared for anything. The other Shadowrunners huddle up. Their voices are loud enough that you can hear them even through the glass door. They don't seem to have noticed you yet. This thing on? Loud Shadowrunners. They are super loud. Christ on a clutch, that was nasty. The orc wipes sweat from his brow with the back of one hand. Jarl, is that the last of them? It looks like it, Bull. My C-12 wrecked the stairwell, so we're safe from backup via that route. He hands a canteen to the human woman next to him. Dizzy, how are you doing? Taking a long drink from the canteen, the woman breathes a deep sigh of relief before tossing it back to Jarl. Remind me again why we went to the executive level before getting to the lab? I'm all for a brawl, but pulling 4 Knight Errant adepts off of Opti isn't my idea of a party. Dizzy points an accusatory finger at the shaman. You, sir, need to practice your martial arts. Opti raises his hands placatingly. We had to go up there, Dizzy. Without the key cards to get into the lab, we were as good as dead. Bull could have hacked the door, but his deck got slagged after you threw that rigger into him and broke his concentration. Yeah, I'm just gonna slowly back away. Gingerly, you start to inch away from the door and stay out of sight. 1 step. 2. Unfortunately, like a predator attracted by motion, a man called Jarl notices. His eyes lock with yours. Hey! He gestures towards you, body tensing up. Who the hell are you? I can ask you the same thing. Yeah, sure, but let's get inside first. That stairwell isn't the only way into this area. Dizzy gestures towards the door. Bull, pop that door so we don't get shot in the back. No arguments here. Bull waves an RFID key card at the door, but only buzzes in denial. He glances at the key card in irritation. What the hell? The card doesn't work! You set off an alarm and don't even have a way out? Amateurs. Despite the worry on the faces of his compatriots, the human named Jarl is unconcerned. He glances casually around the room, rifle slung. Lands. First contact with the enemy. You know that hackneyed old phrase. Where there's ammo, there's a way out. So you gonna let us in or what? No, I don't think so. Not until you tell me what you're doing here. Probably the same thing as you. The lab has a laser prototype, yeah? Well, that's what we're here for. Looks like you got to it first. Opti glances over his shoulder nervously. You think we could have this conversation inside? Gaichu sniffs the air tentatively. Between the blast and dust, I can't smell or hear anyone else, but that doesn't mean you don't have guards right behind you. How close on your heels were the Knight Errant troops? Given the shitstorm, we set off by going to the executive penthouses first. We probably have a few minutes. They'll be too busy trying to figure out what we were doing up there. Jarl runs a hand through his hair and shrugs. Hardingham and Taylor's apartments are pretty trash, so they'll have to figure out what we're really after before they can respond again. They're probably going to attack us, but I'm probably going to have to let them in regardless. So let me open the door. Also, they have an RFID, which I think I need to get into the box. Yeah, there's literally nothing else here. All right, let's hope for the best. Gerald nods in appreciation once the other team is safely inside the lab. Thanks a lot. We've been cut apart out there. Never let yourself get backed into a corner, you know? Sounds like something went wrong. Bull's deck got slagged by some sparky ice. We got surprised by a Ricker coming out of a hallway. I did a hip throw to him, but his body hit the jack point. And Bull was using it at the time, so some kind of surge hit and the system went to red alert. Before we knew it, Knight Errant was crawling all over us. Rookie mistake, honestly. If I'd set up a redundant signal filter, I'd have had an extra split second when the jet got fritzed. As it was, I tripped some tar baby ice, and before I could get free, the system was lit up like a Christmas tree. Rector gives you a significant look. He speaks quietly, so only you can hear. That key he used is almost certainly the private safe where they are keeping the auto repair circuitry. We need it. Bull abruptly bursts into laughter. I know you're trying to be quiet over there, but I can totally hear you. Bull tosses you the key card. Here, take the damn card. Worthless to me. Just help us get out of here in one piece. Yeah, thanks. Gerald spends a few moments scrutinizing you when his face suddenly lights up. Wait a minute. I recognize you. You're Queen Bee, right? Your name's all over the shadows of Hong Kong. From what I hear, you've been doing a lot of work for Kindly Cheng. Well, damn. Blinking a few times, Dizzy looks you over. There's a touch of awe in her voice when she speaks. I didn't expect to run into such heavy hitters on our first run out here. Hey, we're famous! How'd you get tangled up in this? We flew in from Seattle for this job. We're planning a few more before we head home, but this isn't exactly the best start to our little vacation. Opti quickly checks over his gear and weapons, reassuring that they're still in working order. Listen, hate to bring down the mood, but we need to get the hell out of here. Not so fast. What about the prototype? Bull shakes his head and snorts crudely. We can't argue about this here, or we can try and get it out of here before we can get killed. If it makes you feel better, you hang on to it until we get out of harm's way. Gaichu nods his acceptance. That is an acceptable outcome, for the moment anyway. Listen, what's your way out? We were going to rappel over to the Federated Boeing building next door, but with all the racket, we think you'd probably get shot off the line. I have no option but to tell them the truth. They have to come with us. Should have been like, no, you go do that. We'll totally meet you there. And then just ditch them. We're going underground, down an elevator shaft and over an old MTR station. I didn't even know that was there. Should have done better legwork before we got here. Bull reloads his pistol, snapping it back into the holster with a loud click. They're a mandatory event. Yep. Estaing's an old runner. Surprised you didn't just shoot them. It wasn't an option, but also I've been trying to do everything as non-violently as possible. We'll follow. More guns couldn't hurt, right? You lead the way. We'll be right behind you. Suddenly, there's a blare of alarms. Red lights click on overhead as an accompaniment to the noise. You also hear a sudden hissing sound, rather like a tire deflating. With that sound comes an acrid odor hanging heavy in the air. They're gassing us. Look over there. It's coming out of that vent. If my deck wasn't fried, I'd jack it and stop it. Hope you brought a deck or some drones. If you haven't, we gotta get out of here fast. Okay. Well, we have a decker. I don't quite understand. Are we just leaving? I think we're just leaving. Because I don't see an option to, like, actually turn off. Wait, did I never pick that up? Proctor, go get it. You probably won't die, it's fine. Your drones can go into vents, right? Oh, I didn't realize I had to go into a vent because they said something about I was gonna have Isabel take care of it. And yeah, there were jack points that had valve controls. Oh, hello. Oh, there's way more gas. I see. Okay. Yeah, let's turn on the drones. And then you get into cover. Yeah, okay. Y'all just stand out in the open. That seems fine. Well, we got some of the gas, at least. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna activate my other drone. Drones for days! Rockter can't reach. Might just have him wait here. Ooh, what does he got? Servo. Ooh. Oh, look at his cool abilities. He's got a gun that buffs his drone. I see that. Wait, where's his... I I thought he got shurikens. Did I have to buy shurikens? I definitely picked the shuriken throwing. Whatever, I'm just gonna have him run into the combat. It's in Y? Oh, and this. Okay. Oh, I didn't even know that that was a thing. Oh wow, she missed quite a bit. Alright. First we're gonna send you in to turn this off. And then the other one is in this office, I guess, or one of these offices. I don't see where the vent is, but maybe I'll see it when I get down there. Oh, I gotta move him into range, which is a shame. So I guess I'll just move him closer. I'm gonna turn this guy off. How do I set it to follow? There we go. I probably should have made it act first, but meh. It's fine. Well, she's still doing some damage. I'll take it.
Okay, I was gonna say, can I get a turn, please? Okay, I'm gonna have her switch to her pistol. Okay, the drone. I'm just gonna try to take out these dudes. So good at stabbing. I'm into it. Yeah, she can't see that guy, so she'd have to run forward. So I'm gonna run forward one. She might be able to take this guy out. Nope, she misses. Yep, I'm not gonna forget about anybody. I got lots of people to get through. There we go. Good job. I don't know what y'all are doing. They're just like running around like they're in a panic or something. I don't get it. Oh, because there's some mages or something coming up. That's a bit of a problem. He can't really get into range of them. He could hide behind the table. He should probably move up. Can you reach any of these people? You can. Let's go after the mage. And they're completely blocking the hallway as well. You guys suck. Stop running back in there! You guys caused this problem. Go deal with it. Yeah, it's in here. Okay. She can't really see either of them. I'm just gonna have her move up this way. Yeah, Koshi and Gaichi are doing work. And they know it. That's fine, that's not any of my people. Oh, I'm unarmed. There we go. Miss! Dang it. Rockter, you can't heal yet. I think I'll just move you in. I feel like grenades are not the best thing here. Our people are in too close range. Stop missing! Thank you. Yeah! Yes! Well, they need to stop missing. I really don't want Isabel to run out there. Let's have you go first. There's really no place where she can get cover. I'm just gonna have her advance. Did it! Apparently. Have fun killing security. We just killed them. Thank you. Have fun with bloody pearls.
That seems to be the last of their security forces. I can't hear anyone else on the floor.
Ichi raises his nose and turns his head back and forth like a snake tasting the air.
We should hurry. It won't be long before backup arrives.
Isabel casually clears the chamber of her rifle and inserts a new magazine.
What's the matter? You chip a tooth on one of them back there? For a monster, you seem awfully squeamish about this kind of thing.
Wow, Isabel. Gaichi regards her coolly.
It is not squeamishness, it is caution. This is an Ares facility, and Knight Errant is one of the most competent security forces in the world. Only a fool would wish to face them on their own terms. Even monsters like staying alive.
All right. Sweeping the keycard across the slot, the safe lets out a beep and then the light flashes green. As the door swings open, the contents are revealed. A stack of chips and a plexiglass cube containing a tangle of drone parts. With a deft grab, you scoop up the goods. This has been pretty profitable. Let's hope we can get out clean and don't have to murder these people, because they might just try to kill us for the gun.
The elevator doors refuse to open. Some kind of manual lock is engaged. A blinking alert message reads, "Elevator in transit. Doors will unlock once elevator passes floor 27. Looks like you won't be able to pry them open for a minute or two. Better hunker down." Uh-oh. Oh, but like there's no security because we murdered them all. I guess that's if you mad dash for the elevators. Moopin 3, thanks for following. I think I can just end my turn. And then these guys are just gonna run around like there's literally nothing to do, dudes. Just like chill. Just because you have... Oh, there are actually people here. Well, if I had known that, I would have done something different. But it's fine. We can get into cover next turn. Oh, I can't Overwatch. I must not be unlocked. Alright, everyone get into cover. Oh wow, someone went down. Good thing it wasn't one of our guys. I'm out. I mean, Douche should have stayed in cover. I don't know what his problem was. The pungent smells of musty stone, grease, and the remnants of neurostun gas mix in your nostrils as you rappel down the elevator shaft. Whatever frustrated knight-errant security officers are in pursuit are too far away to be heard. All around you there is only darkness and the occasional red-hued maintenance light. As you reach the bottom and pry open the heavy elevator doors, light comes flooding into the shaft. With any luck, you're only minutes away from the MTR station, and with it, freedom. I certainly hope so. Because I'm about ready to end this stream. But given that they just loaded this whole big section, I don't know. I feel like it's not going to be a short section. So maybe we'll just finish this mission next time. Because I don't want to go too much longer. We'll see what happens with this. And then we'll go from there. You exit the service elevator and step out into the dimly lit basement. You hear no sounds of alarms nor shouting, but it's only a matter of time before Knight Errant catches up with you. The basement smells of mold and stale air. Faint vibrations run through the floor and walls every few moments, evidence of MTR trains passing nearby. That was closer than I'd have liked. Whew! Dizzy hunches over, her hands on her knees as she pants excitedly. She straightens as she calms down. Chalk that up on things I don't want to do again and get gassed while trying to escape from Knight Errant. Buck up, Dizzy. At least your fists... why are you becoming Duncan? I'm so sorry. Buck up, Dizzy. At least your fists and feet could hurt those bastards. I swear to God I'm never running against Ares again unless I've got an assault cannon with me. The old 6-gun just won't cut it against Knight Errant. Just spring for some APDS rounds, man. You don't need to overcompensate that much. So, what now? We just march through the basement into the center of the MTR station? We should move fast. We don't have much time before they figure out we're down here. Let's not run off just yet. We still have to figure out what to do about the prototype. You need it. So do I. So how are we going to handle this? You aren't the only one who needs it. We have a job to finish, just like you. It's unfortunate that we both can't get what we want, but that's how life is some days. You suck it up and move on. Listen, I just got my ass out of the Chicago containment zone with the promises of work. I have friends back there that need to get out. And for that, I need money. If I scrub this run, they might die in there. Cut me a break. You don't need that prototype anyway. All you need is the GPS. I want the gun, though. But I feel like if I take the gun, they're gonna attack me. If we don't get paid, we'll be just as screwed as you. I know my team, and I don't know you. Maybe for you. For me, it's life or death for my friends. And maybe me too. I'm begging you, give me something to work with. You don't have to be like this. You do me a favor, I can pay you back in the future. You got my word on it. Proctor leans in to whisper to you. It's true. I mean, why are you whispering? You know that he can hear us. It's true, we only need GPS unit. That said, I'm certain I could fix prototype up so we could use it in the field. It's your call, though. We can be good Samaritans or keep the weapon for ourselves. If we give them the gun, it's only got 6 shots before it's messed up. And I don't want to fight them. I think I'm going to give them the weapon. Okay, maybe we can work something out. Thanks. I mean it. I don't like the idea of cheating on a job, but we're on the same team here. We both have to live and work in the same environment. How about this? We take the laser, you keep the GPS, nobody's the wiser. And I'll owe you one. You can call it in. I'll help you out. Or I got friends who can if I'm tied up. Fine, we've got a deal. Take it. The Jarl takes the prototype from you, detaching the GPS tracker and handing it back to you. Excellent. I'll make sure nobody hears about this deal, at least not on my end. So what now? Do you want us to leave, or can we stick with you until we get the MTR station? No sense in dividing our forces. Come with us. Sounds good to me. Lead the way. That means if anyone draws fire, it'll probably be you guys. I'm gonna finish this next time. Which normally I don't like to do. I don't like quitting in the middle of a job, but it's 7:30. We're already a half hour over and I need to get food, so we're gonna end it here. Oh, weird. Everything's cut off. Oh. Okay, that was weird. Exit game. And that's gonna take us to the end of the stream. I also need to rest my voice. It's like real tired. If you're just here for Shadowrun Hong Kong, it's not gonna be next week. Hold on, let me look at schedule stuff. Actually, it might be next week. Yeah, it's not gonna be next week. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But first, let me put some music on and we'll roll some credits. And do all the end of stream stuff. Ooh, for the vocal cords, yeah. My voice is tired. I'm ready to be done. As always, thank y'all so much for hanging out and watching. Let's roll those credits. Thank you so much to Divine for those bits. Much appreciated, as always. I don't know. Oh, we have Kelsa here still. Kelsa, thanks for being on the mod team and hanging out today. Starrybot, thanks for being my bot. We got a bunch of new followers today. Moopin3, thank you so much for following. FGC. Robot Elf. Elf Lurk. Mrs. Kind Elf. Zone Controls. Professor Elf. Some Kinda Elf. Toff Critical. Mad Bro 9. Thank you all so much for those follows today. The next time you can see me will be tomorrow over on Snow's channel. Let me give Snow a shout out. We are going to be continuing our Dungeons & Dragons Tomb of Annihilation campaign. We are getting towards the end. So some exciting climactic stuff is happening, and also heavy spoiler territory. So if you are running or playing in the module yourself, you might want to give it a pass. Otherwise, come hang out for probably what's going to amount to some very tense negotiations. And possibly a TPK. We'll see. Hopefully not, but it's on the table, unfortunately. Afterwards, I'm going to be back here and we're going to be checking out Summer in Mara. It is a Harvest Moon-esque kind of game, I guess. I don't know much about it, but I got a key from the devs, and I like chill, planty, explory games like that. So we're going to be doing that tomorrow after Dungeons & Dragons. So that'll be around 4:30 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be on Kelsey's channel twice this weekend, so let me give her a shout out as well. On Saturday, I'm going to be over on her channel playing in Republic City by Night. It is a Forged in the Dark game set in the Legend of Korra universe where we play detectives, and it's very fun. I unfortunately had to miss the last session of it because I wasn't feeling well, so hopefully this session I will be feeling up to playing because I love everyone involved. It's super fun. I highly recommend y'all come hang out with us on Saturday. That's going to be Saturday at, I think 6? I'm pretty sure it's 6 p.m. I get the times mixed up because my Saturday and my Monday games are at different times. I'm going to be off on Sunday, but we will be back on Monday on Kelsey's channel where we're going to be playing For Love of the Crown. Normally it happens a week later, but because people can't make it next week, we're going to be playing on Monday instead. That is our long form The King is Dead game. We're playing in a sort of magical fantasy inspired world, even though there's no mechanics for that, but we're just doing it. So come hang out on Monday at 8:30 on Kelsey's channel for that one. We'll be back here on Tuesday where I need to look at what people voted for. There's a poll currently up on Discord, but I'll be playing something. Every Wednesday I do art streams, so if you like that, come hang out for that. On Thursday, I'm going to be taking a break from Shadowrun Hong Kong because I need to rest my voice for what's happening next weekend. So instead I'll probably be starting Dragon Age Origins unless there's something else that strikes my fancy or my interest. And then Friday we're going to be doing similar stuff to this week. But next Saturday, not this upcoming Saturday, but next Saturday is going to be our monthly Twitch Sing stream. So that's why I've got to rest my voice. We'll be doing that on Saturday, probably at 5 p.m. Eastern. All right. So that's going to do it for us. I'm going to drop some links. And then we're going to probably raid Party White Games. I'm pretty sure they're live. So yeah, like I said, there's a big old straw poll up on Discord, so if you're new here and haven't joined the Discord yet, please do. Then you can go into Stream General Chat, find the pinned message in there, and vote on what game you'd like me to check out next. I won't necessarily go for the winner, but I am gauging interest just to kind of see what y'all are looking forward to seeing me play next. It's also the best place to keep posted on stream news, so if there's any changes to my schedule, or if I'm gonna have to cancel a stream or whatever, that's the best place for it. You can also follow me on Twitter at twitter.com/Astini. If you want to check out more of my art stuff, I have a Patreon for that. Patrons do get special rewards, but you can also just check out my art there. Most of it just goes public for anyone to see. If you're looking for art prints or merch, I have a Redbubble store. And then last but not least, I am a Humble partner. So if you're looking for another way to support the stream, use that affiliate link whenever you're shopping in the Humble store. I'm going to stop talking now. So have a great night, everybody. Thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. And I'll see y'all again very soon.